Hello, hello, hello. I assume we are ready to get going, hopefully. Hello, Justin, at Certez, AFN. I do also need to start the Twitch stream because I haven't. But there we go. Now both sides should be up and running. Hello, Daniel. Appreciate it. Des, welcome. And hopefully I've got everything set up right now. But before we get started, I apparently forgot to prep these, so they'll just have to pop up and manage. Go through the order, like so. Let's see how many of them we get to use today. Hello, Eric. Welcome. And we are ready. We're trying the viewer championship again here. First Twitch viewer, welcome. But yeah, hello, Mind, Pocanaldo. Appreciate it. So there has been some changes to the cars, basically. Because of the bug that we experienced last time around when we tried it. But to give you an idea of how big of a difference some of the gaps can be here in terms of pace, the Aston Martin car right now has 8 kph advantage over Ferrari. To be fair, they have 8 kph advantage over a lot of cars, and that should spice things up considerably. Now, in terms of where every car ranks, I kind of want to leave that a little bit of a mystery. But why don't we take a look and see where these two rank? So, unsurprisingly, Aston Martin, the worst cornering car, but it is the best top speed car, basically. Being third or even first in these basically means it's the best car, because they are competing with the commentator's curse. And Aston actually managed to beat us in tire preservation. But the third hit does mean that they are the best car in a certain aspect. So let us go down the list here. McLaren's second best top speed, best in the DRS department, best in dirty air tolerance, as well as the engine cooling, which should make things a little bit interesting. When it comes to Red Bull here, they have the second best cornering as it stands. I believe the best cornering team is the Williams, that they are, but they have sacrificed some tire preservation and cooling. Both teams have done that in order to get there. As and RB are two other interesting teams there. They're basically middle of the tree in terms of cornering, middle of the tree in terms of pace. They're going to be a little bit interesting to look at. If there's any particular teams you'd like me to check out before we jump into this at Monaco, please let me know. Hello R2D2, hello Dean, appreciate it. But yeah, I think we are ready here to just jump into it. Ferrari and Mercedes, of course. Probably should have just gone down the list instead of just randomly picking teams. So, Ferrari here, 15th cornering. That basically means there's one team worse than them. Well, two teams technically worse than them at cornering. Mercedes is actually pretty decent in cornering, pretty decent tire preservation, pretty decent all around. They did sacrifice the DRS, their dirty air tolerance to get it, but they are pretty good. Grid rank-wise. That would be a bit hard to show, I think, unless I'm misremembering. And who have we not looked at? Kick and whom else? I think we looked at basically everyone then. But yeah, Kick is going to have a little bit of a challenge, I think. But I'm looking forward to seeing them proving me wrong. Aston Martin, they are, again, just very quick, but very poor at cornering. And you can kind of see it here just in the pace difference between these two teams and just how much of a cornering difference these two teams have. This should make things a lot more interesting. 15 cornering is so bad. Can Alfie make his faster race? We shall see. We have switched to the Realistic Racing Light version, so that should change things up a little bit. But I think I will be merciful and not continue the gimmick of stealing pole positions. So let us see how Monaco goes. We are replaying Monaco. Last time it was raining the entire time. Let's see if Monaco is a little bit kinder this time around. What team am I in, is Dean asking. Give me a second to check.
Our weekend action starts here.
I believe, Dean, you are in Red Bull? Yes. Red Bull would be your team. The acceleration of Aston is going to be very interesting to take a look at, because if they actually have decent enough acceleration, I could see them maybe get overtakes done on pure acceleration alone. Particularly on tracks like Baku and Las Vegas. So looking forward to seeing how that goes. Show no mercy, is what Lando says. Pretty much means we're going to be awful in Monaco, Vegas, and Hungary. Godlike in Monza and Austria. The moment the Ferrari crashes, I'm going to bed. Damn. Hello, Canevia. How you doing? But yeah, Q1, we are ready. Let's see how this goes, and if we have more overtakes than last time, which I think was just one. Appreciate the follows. Justin says it came to Twitch specifically for Floof. I definitely should get an overlay going that will allow us to everyone to see the chats at the same time. I just forgot again. Apologies. What is a good racing game on Xbox? Which Xbox is probably the more important question there. Which Xbox do you have, Andy? What do I think of Ferrari's build? That the AI can probably develop it into something fun. That is going to be my hope here as we go for the first run. And the first run here is in changing conditions, and it is actually going to dry up a little bit more. Yellow flag already.
There's a yellow flag now. Right then.
Excuse me, Maldonado. Continue where we left off last time. In the wall. Lighter hit this time around.
And that's an unfortunate incident, considering we've not even reached the race yet.
I'm hurt, Nera. You said hi to everyone with me. The thing is, I said hi to you, but I forgot to turn on the Twitch chat when I did it, so sorry. How long before Cosby bins it? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Shouldn't be too long. I see with everyone going for full downforce, it's going to be a very difficult year for everyone. Because you have a lot of different podiums and winners. I don't doubt that, Nimitsuki. Xbox Series X. I don't know, Forza, the F1 games. I basically play the management game more so than the racing games themselves, but I think there's a lot of different options for you there with an Xbox Series X. Forza sucked. I guess that is true then. Is the game scripted for me to crash, since sometimes if you replay it, the same outcome happens? It's not necessarily scripted for you to crash, Coconaldo, but it does give a seed at the start of the race, or start of the race weekend. And unless you change your strategy or anything like that, you can't really change the outcomes from the seed. So, in some regard, yes, it is scripted, but the scriptedness happens when you go into the race weekend. So, if you try and go before the race weekend, results should change a little bit. Alpine will be none of those winners or podium contenders, says Lando here. But yeah, which means I most likely get hit again. You can say that, yes. Okay, track conditions have now changed to damp. It's going to get a little bit wetter. And I did forget to give us the better weather center. Clearly, that was what Curse saved last time around, so it has been fixed this time around. Tess actually goes out first this time, you know, to try and get an improvement, as it is still getting more and more damp here on track. Currently, the Aston Martins, with basically top speed builds, not really made for Monza Monaco, are expected to go out here in Q1. I'm not going to lie. They are definitely expected to fly out of here in Q1 for sure. I've also done a little bit of trolling here. I know Floof will appreciate. I did manage to fix the name of Absolute Cinema here, so he's still an Alpine supporter in his heart, even though he is driving currently for the Mercedes team. Get only one car into Q2? Yeah, I'm not sending out the second car. Don't worry. Let's see here what they can do. There's no one really improving, so we're going to have to hope for drier track here, but that's not really likely to happen. So right now, Edster, I need to get acquainted with the drivers again. I'm sorry. Who is the other one here? Nans. And Mikey Mike. What? That's Mike. This should be Ren's. So I guess the game has either re-signed someone else or given him a different name. I've had that happen before, but we'll need to fix this afterward. This should be Ren's, which is why I'm so confused, everyone. But yeah, Maldonado Tess. And then we have, in the V-Carb here, Bolo, of course. Those are the ones in danger. I beg, don't steal point pole again. I'll show mercy. But yeah, no improvements. There is one run remaining. It is still getting wetter on track as we speak. And I don't think we'll see any more improvements there. It's 1:30 now. The original time was set at 0.9. No improvements are showing. For anyone here, really. Even Maldonado, who's still driving around with damage. They are forcing this poor soul to drive around with a damaged car. They are being absolutely merciless here. Maybe I have a cheat sheet or the 3 drive initials. That's the thing, Ed. So I do have that. I just need to find it. That's the thing. But yeah, I think Q1 is over here. Bolo got close but didn't get out. Esther, Renz, Maldonado, and Tess out at the first hurdle here, with Maldonado picking up some damage. Pole point is coming for that pole point they are owed. Let's go into Q2 immediately here. In terms of the weather here, it's going to be a lot dry towards the end. Basically, we're setting banker laps now, and then we'll have a shootout at the end of qualifying. And that should spice things up here. No one else is going out. We're just setting this banker lap alone. And let's be honest here, we are going to most likely get involved in messing up the drivers here. Let's hope we can avoid that. We will see how this goes. Penalty incoming for the race. I don't think so. They should have extra front wings. I think that's something they can replace. I think that is something they will be able to replace before the race begins without picking up a penalty. So I think these are the actual banker laps, or yeah, these should be the actual banker laps from the AI here. Let us see where everyone lines up. Mikey Mike is first out, and there are better times being set behind him. Way better times. So he's going to be probably in a little bit of trouble here. Yeah, I think a little bit of trouble was very accurate, as he ended up 16th at the moment. Calvinto, Andever, Poconaldo, Mourinho, and David are the other ones that find themselves in trouble as the track is getting drier and drier. And we could have a situation here where adaptability will play a part. It's drying up quite aggressively here. What has Chief opted to go out on here? Still an Inter tire. The rest are also getting out of the pits here. We are probably going to have to participate because it has been getting that dry. I am just going to allow probably Chief here to go before we get involved. The track has changed to dry here. We have a lot of cars gambling on the soft tire. Everyone but Chief has gone out on a soft tire here. How is the weather expected to be? It's expected to dry up more. I guess we need to reconfigure. Because with the RS enabled too, that's going to be bad for Chief here. Went out very, very early. Well, they just saw their fast lap, so it actually works just out for them there. I do need to get my driver out, which is going to be a little bit of a problem here. I need to kind of try and not get into the way of anyone else, but it is drying up. With the exception of Chief, everyone's going to do this on a soft tire. 19.7, the purple lap time to beat here in the first sector. And I'm just keeping one eye on my driver to ensure that we do not get in the way of the car that is following us. And honestly, we are just going to do this to ensure that does not happen. We do not want to give them any dirty air. Another purple sector. Mike, not the best first sector here. Already down by quite a lot. And honestly, it kind of does tell us that it was way too early to go on these soft tires, unfortunately. Chief has had 3 purple sectors. I don't think anyone is going to beat him. It's just a little bit too soon. But we shall see here. what happens. Mike is going to be the first one to try and improve their lap time here. Where will he place? Will he get out of the bottom? He does not get out of the bottom. David, however, moves up to second. We have a purple sector from Mourinho. Chief should be safe. It dried up a little bit too late here, but it should really matter. And with everyone just jumping out of it here, except for Living Duck. Currently, it looks like Mike, Van der Van, David, Living Duck, Slowminton, and unfortunately Dub, once we finish our lap, are going to be the ones out in this qualifying session, which is a little bit unfortunate. Can you go full push near us? I don't Peters. I try to keep my proper distance. Yes, Pocanaldo. But yeah, currently, the Ferraris are doing well, I dare say. Ferrari isn't cooked. Oh my god. I love that. I love that. Ferraris and Floof in Q3. Wow, is what Edsa says. Could be fun. Floof claims that this is going to be their worst track, and he's in Q3. Do we believe him? Do we believe his claims this is the worst track for the McLaren car? This is actually going to be a one-lap shootout. It's going to start getting wetter and wetter, and basically now, 4 minutes. So everyone will have one chance here to set a good lap time, and Pocanaldo is the one going out first here. Remember, send your driver out for this one. I shall, Tess. I shall send my driver out immediately. No, I will actually sit out from pole positions. I'm sorry, by the way, too. My voice is kind of gone today. Hello, David. Nice to see you. Clean air, that's what I need. A go-to strategy from Ferrari. What is this? Yeah, the Ferrari don't really do go-to strategy often. Mourinho too has a lot of clean air, but time is going to be a bit of a concern. I think it should make it just about. And our first fast lap here has started. The one-shot qualifying session is underway. 89, a time to beat in the first sector. Everyone is keeping up. Chief is up by 3/10 as it stands. Master Radio is just a 10th off Chief here. The same with Mortel. Mourinho here too. So that's a good time. Alpine. Well, Cinema really. Purple sector, but Chief is proving to be hard to beat around here. Pocanaldo sets a time to beat, but is immediately overtaken by the Mercedes. Then Chief. Pearl Pinto fourth at the moment. Mascherino up into second. And where does the final driver here place as things stand? Third place, Chief, Master, Mourinho, Absolute Cinema, Mortel, Pocanaldo. Again, little stuck here. Need a first race just to remember who everyone is. Crashity, Rose, Pearl Pinto, and then we have Petrov here. A double appearance for the Ferraris in the first race here at Monaco. Nero's probably confused as to why the Ferrari drivers TP are happy. Well, they were all doom and gloom before we started. So, if they're happy, they're happy. Colapinto is gambling on another lap here, as it is getting wetter. Are we going to see any improvements with the boosting confidence? I think the answer is going to be a no, but we can always hope. I think the answer is a definite no, looking at those sector times. No improvements to be spotted. Hotel actually improves. What is that? Hotel improved past Absolute Cinema. I did not expect that. Yeah, our starting grid here. We have Master Chief, Master Mourinho. Masterania and Mourinho are going to throw me off quite a lot this season, I feel. Hotel, Absolute Cinema, who gained the tag Alp. And we have Poconaldo, Crashly, Colpinto, Petrov, and Kyle here will be promoted up to the top 10.
The streets of
Light rain, and there is going to be a pit lane mayhem by the looks of it. It's still going to be pretty wet, but it's going to start on the rise and then change over to a wet tire. That's going to spice things up here for the first race of the season. Should make it a little bit more exciting.
Long way back at 21st.
it's lights out and away we go.
Lights out, away we go. Master Chief gets a good start. What happened to Mourinho there? He just suddenly braked. Very, very weird, honestly. Hard tires on a lot of these cars is an interesting choice, I will say that. Very interesting choice there. They expect to go pretty long then before the rain arrives. But for the most part here, I believe the start was pretty clean. Edster and Maldonado are currently fighting, which is probably going to be bad for one of them. We've seen that before. Maldonado not giving in back here, but does come out on top. We now have Renz currently running last, which we will need to fix the name of in just a very, very short time, hopefully. Yeah, gaps are starting to form. It is a light version of the mod, which means that it'll be a little bit easier to stay in DRS. But that does not really mean you can sacrifice your entirety of your dirty air. That's going to be a pretty bad idea, all things considered. We have our first yellow flag from Edster in the race itself, and that is most of the front wing missing.
Involved in that. Heading to Sandavot. There's clear contact there, and all it can take is one mistake.
That is an unfortunate start to Edster's season here. But to be fair, Monaco was always right up with the Aston team, who has built a car for the top speed tracks. I think those Aston mechanics worked. Well, we shall see, because potentially Edster could do... Well, it's the AI, so let's face it, Edster's probably going to go into the pits. But are they actually going to change his front wing? Or is it going to be forced to keep that one? No, they actually changed it. Good boys. And there is a soft tire now, so apparently the difference between going for a hard or a soft tire was just 3 laps. And Monaco means softs have a huge advantage, so Edster, who still has some suspension damage, I would guess, should really look out here with a safety car happening right about now from our Colapinto here, going to the first corner. Are we going to get that safety car that I want? No, very unfortunate, but gaps are forming. And for the most part here, teams are able to stay within the DRS of other cars at the moment. Colapinto, though, is holding everyone up a little bit. Brother is not winning, he crashed? Well, I can never hope for those who are unlucky, can't I, Canavia? Can't I have some hope for them? Alpena is setting up a move for Mourinho. Mercedes getting ready to try and get an overtake done. I don't believe they have a DRS really to make it happen, so that's going to make their life a little bit harder. Move is definitely on, however. Is following closely and trying to get it done. But to be fair, he's struggling with the same thing Dub has been here. Getting past the car in front. Hello, Racing. How you doing? 10% dirty does seem like the end of the world. Probably won't be IFN, but definitely not helping. And as we see the AI develop this season, it's going to be very interesting to see who gets advantage with that. Also, getting clean air will be fast. That can always happen. Wouldn't surprise me. Not really in clean air yet. Needs a little bit of a bigger gap to get there. But it is definitely viable. And in terms of the rain here, it's supposed to arrive in 11 minutes. That's when the light rain is working. We're doing 3 GPs. I'm going to try and do 4 GPs this evening. Mind? There's going to be 3 GPs this season that will be wet. But we're only going to try and get through 4 of them total. Monaco is still a bit of a procession, but at least cars are running closer. And Colapinto is just being a big nuisance right now to everyone who wants to get into the points. Just holding up the world, as it were. Edster is not going quick enough, let's be honest. Even on those soft tires, the cornering of that car just lets him down. I think that is the full summary of Aston's luck here. And unfortunately for the Alpine driver, they're getting held up by the other Aston here. It's not a good time. Rain here is arriving in 4 minutes. 4 minutes until we get rain. And that is when the pit mayhem is going to begin. Who is going to be who wants to stay out the longest and create problems? It's Van der Ven, who has crashed. Virtual safety car, not a full safety car. A full safety car would have been madness right before we pitted here. But it is indeed Van der Ven has caused problems. That is very unfortunate for the Red Bull team. I'm sorry. Please don't pit. Should be staying out. Yes, you're not wrong. Formula E engine. Yeah, Red Bull has crashed out here. And the rain is about to start dropping. 30 millimeters now. Well, 0.30, but you get my drift. Rain has arrived. Who's going to be the first one to pit? We're back under green conditions. Who will be the first team to pull the trigger? Esther here, living dangerously. Getting closer and closer, getting lapped. Master stays out for another lap. We're at 0.6. We have our first pit. Well, our wet pit stopper. Absolute cinema. Just going to those Inter tires. The Inters can go till the end. The other Mercedes comes in as well. Living Duck, Mike, Maldonado. They're all coming into the pits right now. Inters should be the choice for all of them, I would think. And for Edster, he's not going to be able to hold any of them up. They're going to get out in clean air. Unfortunately for Absolute Cinema, he has not come out in clean air. And has to deal with David and Bolo, who are currently holding him up a bit here. We have the leader pitting here. Inters now 4. The lead has. We have Marinho pitting. Petro pits, Colapinto pits. Inters are becoming the prevalent tire here. The question is, where is everyone going to end up after their pit stop? As David stays out for another lap and is still holding up Absolute Cinema here. On the flip side here, Poconaldo could do a good job here of holding up our leader, bringing it a little bit closer. But Marinho too is just stuck in traffic. This traffic is hurting a lot. And you can already see that by the gap between our leader here has grown to almost 15 seconds. Basically doubled during the pits. Poconaldo comes in, gives him some freedom. But with Martel, their teammates still staying out, there's not going to be a lot of freedom to be found here, really. Crashity also stays out. Poconaldo comes out now in net 4th, 3rd? Net 4th, I would believe. Yeah, that is net 4th right there. Australia are going to be losing a lot of places when he pits for staying out this long, even though it is still technically dry conditions. It isn't gone fully damp yet. But we can already see that gap closing down again, getting held up by teammates. So unless both Masterino and Mortel goes into pits here, Chief could be in trouble. What is Crashity gonna do? Crashity jumps into pits too. They have caused a little bit of trouble here for everyone by staying out and holding people up on arguably the wrong tire. So after the first pit stops here, we have Chief in the lead, Mourinho, we have Absolute Cinema, Oconaldo and Petrov, the Ferraris back to back, Masterino, Mortel, Colapinto, Slowminton, and Living Duck as our top 10. Now the gaps have formed, so I don't expect there to be too many overtakes going in the near future, particularly in the rain. But there has been at least some movement this time around compared to last time. Check the engine stats. Is anyone cooking their engines? Petrov has been cooking the engines a little bit, down to by 5%. Oconaldo is cooking their engine. Colapinto has been very kind to their engine. Maldonado did a little bit of cooking. Van de Ven cooked it before he exploded. Masterino is cooking it really hard compared to most everyone else. So all in all, most cars here are pushing their engines a little bit. Mortel in particular is pushing it extra hard, so we'll have to see how this is going to turn out over the course of the full race. And Edson is actually taking care of his engine a little bit right there. No strategy from, but what Ferrari is this? I love how the Ferrari TP is just surprised the Ferrari is doing well, like it wasn't allowed. You all neglected dirty air, and look what's happened to you. Stuck behind a car with a drag reduction stat more than 0. Okay. But yeah. We are going to speed through this race a little bit now. Masterino is trying to get something done with the Ferrari here, but it is wet. It is difficult. And unfortunately, I think it's going to be very, very difficult here until we get a couple of upgrades from the AI. Probably should have put this like the 7th race to spice it up even more, instead of the season opener. Justin is begging for a clean race, and honestly, this is pretty clean so far. Mortel is cooking that engine quite a lot here, and I think that is going to continue with where they are placed. Yeah, 133 degrees. That engine is actually holding up pretty well, all things considered, because they're really, really breaking it. The tire saving is already showing. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh, we have an overtake, and Slowminton has crashed.
Now this was in Casino Square.
The Williams got it though before it crashed, to be fair.
Well, following a crash like that, it'll be important.
Was that a big impact, or did he just not skid the wall? I don't think he even picked up damage. Yeah, Slowminton didn't actually pick up damage from that crash. But yeah, nice overtake here from the Williams car in the wet. We didn't even dream about that when we ran to full core version of this mod. I have tons of clean air. I don't know what you guys are struggling with. It's because you are the source of the dirty air, Floof. You are the dirty air. Let's be honest. Man who's smoking in the wind is asking why everyone else is smelling smoke. What is up with that? To be fair, I think Living Duck might get you too. The Williams is kind of built for Monaco. Unfortunately, it didn't have the best quality. We should be able to see some quality here. Not gonna lie. Currently, though, Chief is getting a little bit reeled in by cars behind. Everyone is running very similar lap times. We'll have to see what the top 3 can do here. And the defending champion is the first one to be lapped. Yes, as Esther says, Esther is last season's driver champion. He's currently in the process of getting lapped repeatedly. As we go for a dry track here, adaptability coming into play could definitely be a bit of a problem to deal with. Give me a second here. I need to punish someone in the Twitch chat. Every time we stream on Twitch, someone spamming viewer bots. Enjoy Absolute Cinema's lap here while I do the termination process. Which seems to have already been done. Very good. Some pit prep, please. Everyone has 60. Most people have 60, yes. So it shouldn't actually be that much of a problem. But this is time for those who did actually invest a little bit in adaptability to have a little bit of an advantage. And we could see that with Bolo here, trying to line up a move on Slowminton. Is it going to come to fruition, though? That's going to be a pretty different question, I dare say. We shall speed up to 8x here. That way we can still keep an eye on things that are going on. Right now, Motel seems to be lining up a move. And I guess that done in Marcelinho has now up into 6th place here. And I'm wondering just how badly that cooked that engine. Still running 130 degrees somehow. That is, that's a little bit risky. We could see failures pop up already now if you do overcook your engine to that degree. We'll still just be taunting about the clean air he's getting. I hope Living Duck pulls the move here. Getting closer. Is this up for a couple laps? Put pressure on the floof, and he might just floof off track. Welcome, Cosby. We're back to damp conditions right now, which should help. And we have a full safety car as Mikey Mike has crashed on the line. And this might straight up be a red flag.
Let's follow the drivers then.
The Alpines continues the ancient tradition
Oh, that's where they hit the wall.
of crashing.
Now their confidence will have taken a hit with that.
So far, only a safety car, and there we go. It is, in fact, a full red flag. New tires for everyone. Welcome, Mike. Poor timing, I guess. Brassic very unhappy with the red flag decision. Edson claims to have been saved. Let us see now what this restart has to offer.
After a pause in this race, we are all set and ready once more. And it's lights out.
Lights out, away we go. And Chief has opted for used Intis here. That's a bold move, Cotton. Coconaldo trying to make a move further back here on Absolute Cinema. And gets that done. Up into 3rd now for the Ferrari. Colapinto fighting Duck here. Does not want to give away that 8th place they fought so hard for. And Master has jumped Mortel. But Living Duck gets 8 here ahead of Colapinto. Bolo up into 10th. And we have a yellow flag. It's not Edstead this time. Who's guilty?
And we've had a crash on
It's Renz, who's been given Lin Tan for some reason as his name. This is actually another driver and we'll be fixing his name. That's just a light tap, you'll be fine. Classic Alpine here, as it turns out.
We've got a yellow
As we see
flag.
crashing.
Right, let's follow the action now at turn 7.
After red flag, everything's kicking off.
And There's the contact. I imagine
That
their
is the
confidence
front
will
wing
take
gone.
off.
And we see Chief now with a mechanical failure too. To spice things up even further, the race leader has gotten into trouble. And Crashity is holding everyone up at the moment. Edster gets an overtake on track. Who would have believed it? At Monaco. But yeah, what is actually ailing the Haas here? They have picked up an ERS issue from running the car too hot. That does tend to happen. Osby does his usual binning. Oh. I think you jinxed Franco Fluke by telling it was a good start. But yeah, after restart here, Chief's still in the lead. Then we have Mourinho, Ocanaldo, Ashley Cinema, Petrov, Masterino, Hotel, Living Duck, well, Living Ducky, Colapinto, and then we have Bolo finishing off the points there. Although it looks like we might have a bit of a send here very, very soon. Still a lot of cars pushing at the moment. Track condition is back to dry again. So much for best track. Before it is, we shall see where people end up. Could still be a lot more crashes here. It is a wet Monaco. One person crashing could set up a chain reaction. And with everyone running this closely, one lockup is all it would take here. As Living Ducky is trying to get a move done on the Haas. Didn't have what was needed on that lap. Masterino is not content with allowing Petrov to go. Colapinto, 10th place now, having been overtaken by Bolo. Is Slominton going to get him as well? Are we seeing the McLaren downfall here? Live, televised. Even the ERS issue, Chief's still stretching it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Chief here. We might need to check his car for illegalities. It remains to be seen. Master now. Masterino versus Ferrari. Couldn't get it done. Living Ducky. Couldn't get it done either. But we do have a couple of battles going on track right now. So the main areas of attack is going to be after that first corner. Up the hill. Are we going to see another launch here by Masterino and, by extension, Mortal, who is staying pretty close here to the Red Bull. Apparently, though, it is pretty chill. And Mortel is definitely saving tires compared to some of the other cars on track. We have a damp condition. Not a crash, just a damp condition this time around. No heart attacks to be handed out. Petrov now is getting to a position where you could have 4 cars trying to be jumping at the bits. Yellow flag. I see no position moving, no place moving position though, but Chief has locked up.
Well, you could see the lockup. By that point, it was just too late.
Chief with a lockup, and that hurts those tires with 26 laps to go. Is that what everyone else needed here to try and reel him in a little bit? Didn't really lose too much time that lap. Less than a second to the car in second. But will that damage to the tire be very, very detrimental to his chances this race? We shall see. Sub right now is trying to get back into point scoring position, but probably had to back down a little bit, but running a little bit too close to cars ahead. Colapinto currently the gatekeeper of the final point. As Bolo, Living Duck, and everyone has got a bit of a gap up to Master here. Little bit of a gap forming, as it were. Duck is slowly reading Poconaldo in. You are correct. We could see another change of the podium places here. Living Ducky 2 is trying to improve their position. And ironically, when Morocco actually having some battles is interesting enough. And honestly, the light version here so far is looking pretty decent. Giving us what we were looking for. Can you check my engine temps from having free air is Floof's question. And to that I say, yes, your engine temps are very good. They're on the optimal-ish side. On the other hand, Chief here is still pushing that engine pretty hard and hasn't actually lost too much engine doing so. But yeah, the issue has been resolved as things stand. Did Mike crash? Mike crashed, yes. Mike did crash, Lando. Check Parkers. Still running very similarly. We'll be seeing some more changes when we're running into the dry, I think. Check the Saubers, please. So, David here is burning that engine probably a little bit harder than it should. At the moment, at least. And at 30 degrees is not somewhere you want to be. For Crashity, it's a little bit kinder. But if it's like this the entire race, that's going to be bad. And they actually picked up a ton of gearbox damage when they crashed. 68% on their one and only gearbox in the first race is not what you need. Sorry for starting this, says Sleuth, with everyone asking for their engine temps. Well, it's fine. Mourinho now has gotten that gap down to 2 seconds. And the question is it going to get any lower in the remaining 20 laps? Down to 1.8 seconds. 1.6, 1.5. Going a lot quicker right now than their competitor. Gained, I believe, almost 7/10 that lap alone. Mourinho now is definitely on a warpath. Getting very, very close to our current leader in this race. But it's definitely having an adverse effect on tires. And also on the temperature of his powertrain. Mind or MCB, Mind is currently wishing for both Chief and Mourinho to crash. Give the Ferrari a good result here. Seems like the gap is kept pretty constant right now. Living Ducky here has still not given up on getting that Haas. And honestly, this lap it might happen. Very, very close right now. And chasing them down. Very, very close here. And if they can get a good exit out of the final corner here, or rather the first corner, the move might be on. But I think that's a little bit too much over right there. We'll just speed this up a little bit more again. Mourinho following as close as he is definitely having a pretty negative effect on the tires. Almost gotten to the same level as Chiefs right now. This is definitely not a position he wants to stay in for long. He needs to either get the overtake done or back off a little bit as it stands right now. Polo is also not giving up right now. Going for Living Ducky. And it has actually dried out. Are we having a dry ending to this race? We're having a second twist, everyone. It is going to be a dry ending to this race. The final pit stops are going to be huge. The final pit stops here are going to be race defining. And I love that Ferrari crew screams out in unison, no, no, no. Please tell me he's lying. No, can't be a dry finish. And Floof just wanders in from Twitch chat here to ask if Dub has hot tires and engine. I think Dub might overtake you, Floof, to be fair. So once the RS opens, you might be in danger. But yeah, definitely those tires being worn out quite a lot by just running behind the Floof here. Not really a good place to be, as it turns out. Who is going to be pitting at the correct time? Who is going to be staying out and ruin their race? It's the big question that is going to be asked and answered within the next 5 laps here. In the next 5 laps here, we're getting a dry finish to this race. Let us speed that up a little bit so we can get to the mayhem. As we have a yellow flag, and I see a change of position, a full safety car. Living Ducky here has crashed. Tess and David into the pit lane.
Williams involved. Let's have a look at that. It was the Williams driver we see there.
We are going to see some double stacks here. Williams
Car makes contact.
has
That's a
crashed
tough
out
one to
here
take for both
as a
drivers.
result of Floof's taunts. Oh, is it a slow stop here from Aston? And it's a double stack slow stop. Aston has just given up on the everything apparently. Slow pit stop issue for Aston Martin here. At least they're getting all of their bad luck out here in the first race. A pit issue double stack. It's not what you needed right there. Question now is, what is everyone else going to do? Are they going to pit? Are they going to stay out? Are we going to see someone do the stupid here? As both Chief and Mourinho comes in, Poconaldo comes in, and Ferrari are primed for a double stack here. Are they going to do that cleanly? Yes, a clean double stack from Ferrari. A little bit held up there by other cars in the pit lane. Let's see where everyone comes out after this first set of pit stop. Mourinho comes out, Chief comes out first, Mourinho second, Poconaldo onto a soft tire. Absolute Cinema in fourth, Petro fifth, Mascherino sixth, Motel in seventh. We have Bolo 8th. Colapinto retains 9th here. Dub comes out in 10th. Then we have Slominton and Maldonado. There are some soft runners here. And with the amount of laps remaining, they should have a huge advantage. It's just 10 laps around Monaco. And that is not even with considering the safety car. Compound performance here. Degradation between a soft and a medium is about 100. 3/10 advantage each lap here for the soft runners. And it's going to be basically that way all the way till the end. Then they'll have a 2/10 advantage a second. Soft is the decisively best tire for this situation. Bro, when did Ferrari become good at strategies? Ronaldo here is actually in a prime position to potentially cause some issues within the top 2. Parker could be cooked here. Petrov could be in trouble for Master behind. Master on a soft tire. My points challenge is chalked. That is unfortunate, Justin. So why am I on mediums? I don't know what your pick crew is doing, Cosby. But yeah, putting you on the medium sale is probably not the best option. You probably would have wanted Slominton on those soft tires. I thought for a second that we had an incident within an incident. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, the grid here is forming up. It's gonna be very, very few laps remaining here once we get done with the safety car. The track is completely dried up too. So no changing conditions to mess things up here. It's just going to be pure racing all the way till the end. The question then is going to be, who is going to come out on top? The restart is imminent. Let's see how we do there. Chief. Gets us going again. A little bit slow here, really. Plays it a little bit tactical on the restart there. Waits a little bit before they go. But the order remains the same for the time being. Motel already for the back of Master here. And all we need here now is just one car locking up to cause some absolute mayhem for all involved. This is going to be full attack, full push, all the way till the end. I'm sorry, Rasik, that safety car felt like forever because I just had to catch up to chat while we were letting it go. It should be okay. Fastest lap goes to Chief, and he's already starting to gap Mourinho here. Chief still holding advantage. And gaps are being formed. The first 4 or 5 laps here are going to be super important. But you need to stay within the RS here, Poconaldo, to stay competitive. And right now, you're not doing that, unfortunately. Same can be said for Mourinho. But all in all, it is going to spice things up a little bit. True, Razak, true. It did last a fair few laps. Has last a fair few laps there, and even Absolute Cinema here is looking to get a move on Poconaldo. David further down is looking for Maldonado. But all in all, this seems promising when we go to tracks with a little bit more overtaking potential. My softs are gone. The softs are still fine. It's 3 laps on 80%. I think everyone else is just pushing and using energy. And that is kind of screwing you over a little bit. Master 2 here, trying to get Petrov. Tires are running out maybe a little bit, but they should still be faster than the mediums. Just finding a good place to overtake can be a little bit difficult, as we've seen. Poconaldo now reeling in Mourinho again. Why no extended UI? This is the extended UI. What do you mean? This is the extended UI. Rasik wants that flip table that you can just have your whole screen take up. Yeah, bro wants the full screen UI. I felt I needed more info. That's fair. That's fair. That right there is a solo-based Ferrari strategy. It needs more info. Needs so much info I can't see the cars. 2 laps to go here. Are we going to see any changing in position, or are we finishing like this? So far, Absolute Cinema hunting down Poconaldo is one of them that could overtake. Mascherino could overtake. We have Dub and Slowminton fighting Colapinto for potential points there. Dub and Slowminton is going to be a points fight. What is going to happen to Absolute Cinema here? Is it going to get good enough exits that it can cause some problems for that Ferrari? Final lap is upon us, and honestly, it looks like Mortel is in a better position to launch an attack here. Unfortunately for him, Mascherino did have DRS on that lap, and if he didn't, he probably could have gotten an overtake done. But that seems to be it. Slowminton here is going to try everything they have with Colapinto holding up Dub. Get him moved on. Does not seem to be viable, unfortunately. And further up the road either, we're not seeing any overtaking happening. But Chife is going to take the win. Mourinho is going to come second. We have Poconaldo, Absolute Cinema, Petrov, Mascherino, Mortel, Bolo, Colapinto, and then very likely Dub. That's our final point scorer here in our first race. We've had 3 retirees. They are very likely to get punishments, or not punishments, penalties, at our next race due to the rules.
Sometimes I think you should...
So let's see how that goes. But yeah, a good start to the season. 2 points in a car that can't corner, says Floof. How many DNFs is Dean going to rack up this season? I don't know. Honestly, don't know. Get good jumps, says 5 races are retired, yes, but Polepoint and I Steel here aren't actually participating, Kenson. We're basically having 10 AI teams with drivers made by viewers, with cars made by viewers compete against each other. So that is why I'm retiring my cars, but they haven't actually crashed out. The Williams car here, the Alpine car, and the Red Bull car actually crashed out of the race. We just retired manually. This was the Monaco payback for season 4. But yeah, drivers here. Master Chief got first lap pole position, the win. A good start for him. And a decent start for Ferrari, but they're still going to have a little bit of work here to keep up with Haas. RB2, same deal. Next up, we are going to Jeddah. But before we go to Jeddah proper, I am going to just do a little bit of save editing here and give Rens Nans his actual name. Because that has apparently defaulted the basic one. And we'll take a look at the cars just to be on the safe side and see if some shenanigans have happened again. Can we check Chief's car? We shall. Once we get to Saudi Arabia. What attendance? I'm going to deny that. You guys would hate me anyways. I love that Floof is just shit-talking even when he finishes 9th. Can you edit the Sauber and give it some pace? What do you have to offer me, Raslik, for some pace? What are you willing to sacrifice for some pace here? I'll give you a Floof. I don't think that's going to be worth it. Pace can pop up at any time. It arrives precisely when it's meant to. The final race of the season. Okay, so before I go and change the name, so we have, I believe, reached Saudi Arabia. Let's do a bit of a quick car analysis here of the Haas and see if they have pulled a shenanigan here. I think they are good. McLaren can't corner memes out through, by the way. Williams is still the better car when it comes to cornering. They're just lacking a bit of top speed. So I don't think Master Chief's car here is the problem. I think that is still very much legal, as it turns out. It's because I'm beating the tryouts. I love how Floof is just, I'm beating the tryouts. This is the best day ever. But yeah, I'm just going to quickly, while you guys can enjoy the beautiful view of the car, I'm just going to quickly solve the issue with the name. And that's going to take like a minute. Well, maybe not even that. I could, of course, write the wrong name, in which case it'll take a little bit longer. But this should be a very simple fix. Renz. No game. I do not want to call him Lawrence. I did not want to call him Laurent. Let's just put it like that. So I'm just also going to check here to see if we have any Super Saiyan cars. And at a glance, every car looks very much normal right now. So it should be good. It should be okay. Maybe. I'm seeing something that's a little bit worrying, but we'll see if that actually happens. And if it does, I think I know why it's happening, but that would be very annoying to deal with too. So let me see here. I just need to put the save file back in, and then we can get started again. Hello, Poconaldo. Welcome to Twitch. 90% tire preservation for the Aston, yes. Let's see, it did. They solved the issue with... There we go. Now we have the correct name for Ren's here. With that said, race targets. Cheddar. Let's go. I checked them with the editor quickly, Cosby. They're all good.
We're here in Jeddah, where the tension is boiling.
Okay. Practice 1. Let's just get through that and get to qualifying. I did not boost the Sauber. The only thing I did with that was just change the name of the Alpine driver to their actual name. The fact that I've already used 10% of my engine, though, is worrying.
I'm green.
Okay, so why is Mike with damage? Did they not fix his car? He crashed out. Did he pick up permanent damage and they're refusing to fix it? Mike, I need you to come out of the pits and do a lap so I can inspect your vehicle. I require it.
Stay negative. Stay negative, please.
I require you to leave the safety of your pit. So I can check. No budget for parts, I guess. Every team has the same amount of money, and it is a decent amount. So they should have, at this stage, money for parts, unless they spent their entire budget upgrading their facilities. Which we have seen happening before. Floof should be worth at least 10% cornering. Are you negotiating to give Floof away? Is that what I'm hearing here? Okay, Mike, I just need you to set a bank lap here, and then we will figure out what the damage you are struggling with is. What is the problems that Mike's car is facing? It is a gearbox permanent minor failure. That is actually kind of tragic, I'm not gonna lie. Speed goes up to 50 here, not as quick as they were in Monaco. Mike is still faster than Edster and his teammate with damage. With damage. Purple final sector though for one Aston. And we have Absolute Cinema dead last at the moment. The holdups here could happen. Absolute Cinema, Edster, Mike, Colpinto, and Maldonado currently in danger, as it were. Maldonado now starting an out lap. This is going to be the final runs. Absolute Cinema is coming out too, but is it a little bit too early? Is it going to be a ton of traffic waiting them? As Mike and Renz are starting their fast lap alongside Tess here. What can Maldonado do? Need to get out of the danger zone here in Q1. Who is the problem child? It's always you. What is Mike's damage? It is the gearbox. Mentality has been removed, yes. And any new parts the AI make will be 0 kilograms. 32.6 in that first sector. That is not good enough, I would think. Dub goes up to 5th at the moment. 27.3. Still a couple of tenths off the Williams pace here. And there is a Haas in the way. That is probably Maldonado out. The Haas sabotage has occurred here. Does improve, but is it enough here? Taz is about to start their flying lap. And right now we already have Absolute Cinema here. Did not improve in the final sector. Absolute Cinema is out by 8,000 of a second at the moment. Mikey Mike is improving. He did improve, but it wasn't enough. You're not wrong. Mike is also improving at the moment. Is he going to knock Maldonado out? No, not enough, even with the damage. Colapinto now, next up on the block. Maldonado is not really improving. Because they're on an in-lap and I'm being stupid. What can Colapinto do here? Is it going to be papaya on papaya violence? That's a terrible middle sector. Edster 2 is trying, but 33 seconds in the first one is not good enough by far. And Colapinto here does improve, but does not improve their position. Can Edster find 7/10 from the first sector? Does not look like it. This top speed gamble from Aston has not paid out so far. But it is fun to watch. I'll give them that. So currently, Absolute Cinema, Mike, has Colapinto and Edster. Balls at the first hurdle here in Jeddah. Don't speak like that. They offend and call people monkeys. Why are you so angry? You're actually such a problem child. Ducky here picks up a penalty for probably changing parts. Fun to watch, not biased? Yeah. At least I've had a floof and the problem child. What is happening to you, Mike? Damage. Damage is happening to you. And it's just an unfortunate side effect of crashing. And yeah, the Alpine curse doesn't help too. Well, back to reality, says Floof after bombing out in Q1. Let us see here how Q2 goes for everyone involved. When will upgrades happen? Probably before we go to Austria. That's when the first set of upgrades are expected to come through.
Stay negative. And try to cool it down in the inlap.
Living Duck here with a good first run. Already up almost a full second on Masterino. Not the best first sector from Maldonado, but it is better than Masterino. Mourinho, also with a good first sector. Banker laps are being set. Currently Mourinho the fastest on track. Can Motel knock him off his thrones? No, it's actually Crashity who does it. Ola up into third here. So right now, where is he going to end up? We see him going 10th fastest, Chief 6th fastest, and Nancy. And recover some Alpine pride. Goes up to, well, 2nd fastest, really. Poconaldo. That is not a great first sector, all things concerned. Middle sector is okay. Final sector, not good enough. But these are the banker laps. It's just confidence building. Petrov goes 3rd fastest. And we have in the drop zone 2 Williams, 2 Red Bulls, a Mercedes, and a Ferrari here. Currently in danger of dropping out at this hurdle. We have the first car here about to start a fast lap. It is Masterino in the Red Bull. And there's a lot of traffic up ahead. Look, if Ty gets knocked out in Q2, I'm happy. Damn. 32-4, that is a good start here for Masterino's run. Maldonado improves their time, but not their position. Mortel now, fastest on track. Not a great middle sector here from Chief. What can Master do now? Final corner. Does in fact knock Maldonado out. Chief now in danger. Only 2/10 separates him and being out at the moment. And we have a lot of cars starting fast laps. First, Dean van der Ven. Could knock out last time's race winner here. As Bolo goes 2nd fastest. We have an even quicker car with Dub further behind. A 10th up in the first sector on Chief. Good middle sector from the Red Bull. What about the 3rd sector? Not great. Terrible, even. What can Dub do here? is 2/10 up on Van der Vaan's time. Is there going to be anything in the way here to cause mayhem? No. Knocks out Chief as it stands. Pocanaldo trying to improve. Not the best first sector, not the best middle sector. Does the Ferrari driver have enough here to get out of Q2? The answer to that is no, unfortunately, as Living Ducky goes fastest. Slowminton now, currently trying to improve and get out of danger. Can they knock out the Red Bull driver or Masterenio here? Survey says yes, Masterenio out. And with that, I think we have our unfortunate victims for Q2. Masterenio, Mourinho, Chief, Maldonado, Pocanaldo, and Van der Vaan out at the second hurdle. Living Ducky, though, does have a penalty, so if they start on pole, that's gonna suck. That would be maximum unfortunateness, I dare say. Park is amazing in Jeddah. Can be. Sauber decided to perform all the time, except for the time I drive for them. I'm more happy to know the top 4 actually made Q3. That's true, I never thought I'd see the day. That would be interesting, but yeah. Banker laps are being set right now. And I could steal pole. That is literally my name. But I'll show mercy, as Crashedy sets the first sector times here to beat 2 purple sectors. Well, should be 3 purple sectors, considering where he as he's the first man on track. David does beat his teammate, however, by just 0.05 of a second. And right now, Saubers are looking quick. Mortel, though, is going to try and take that banker lap away from them. And Bolo's trying to do the same thing here. Both of them quicker than the Sauber drivers as things stand. Dub goes up to 3rd. And with that, we have the lap time to beat at 26.3 here from Haas driver Mortel. Final laps are starting with Crashedy here being the first car on track. And probably the first car running into traffic. Both his teammate and Petrov are coming out of the pits just now. Crashedy might lose a lot of time here trying to navigate the 2 cars that has come out ahead of him. No improvement for Crashedy here. Nance with 32.9 is an improvement, but not enough. That's still 4/10 down on the Sauber currently running around the track here. Improvement in the second sector, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Going to need an amazing 3rd sector here to get anything done. And Nance, unfortunately, just being held up constantly as things stand. Where is Crashedy going to end up here? Improves the time slightly. No real improvement here for Nance. Improves the time, but not the position. And what can Slowminton and Duck do here? Mortel is out too. No improvement in the first sector. Small improvement in the second sector. Improves their time, making it even harder for anyone to topple them off that throne. Slowminton goes up to 3rd though. What can Living Ducky do here? Has been improving. Very similar time to Slowminton. Does not improve as much. Up to 5th here. David now on a fast lap. Probably the last one who can cause problems there alongside Dub, who's also on a fast lap with a yellow sectors. Another yellow sector. Probably not going to improve. We're going to need to see a very, very good finish here. Very good final sector from the Sauber driver. And does not improve their time, unfortunately. Dub tries here, pushes. Does not improve their time either. And with that, we have our starting grid. Mortel, Bolo, Slowminton. Followed by Dub, Living Ducky, who will get some sort of penalty. David Patch, Crashedy, Petrov, Nance, and then Masterenio will be promoted to 10th. The bottom 10 here are Mourinho, Chief, Maldonado, Pocanaldo, the brothers in name, if you will, starting side by side, I believe. And then we have Dean Van der Ven, Cinema, Mike, Taz, Colapinto, and Edster finishing off the lineup for this one. Let us see what Jeddah has to offer. Jeddah has generally been a very interesting race because safety cars and everything cause mayhem. Punctures cause mayhem. And we might see more of it this time around.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans in attendance are absolutely buzzing with excitement. We're now moments away from this, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
Esther says he'll just cruise around at the back, avoid chaos, and get points.
Away we go.
Hotel with a not so good start here, but has selected to start on a hard tire. So if Bolomolo can get by here, which unfortunately they couldn't, they could have created a bit of a defensive move there. Colapinto now is losing out on the start, down to 20th, and Living Ducky is actually getting ahead almost. But yeah, Mortel, Bolomolo, Slowminton, David, Dub, Tragedy, Petrov, Osserino, Nance, and Chief, who somehow found his way up into 10th, currently are the top 10 drivers on the track. We will go ahead and retire our vehicles. See what this race has to offer.
And box. We are retiring the car. Sorry about
I'll be like Antonelli in Australia and get P4. Good luck on that, Irfan. We shall see how this one goes. Also, cinematic here. Made a pretty decent start. Hotel got pretty well away on those hard tires, not gonna lie. And the difference in strategies here is going to be very interesting to see, because we have hard runners in Crashly, in Mascherino, and Motel. And we even have some soft runners, so we'll be forced to pit very, very early around this track. Exactly how early depends, well, remains to be seen, really. As Chief is getting ready to launch an attack on this Alpine. Dub doing the same here for the Sauber. No one is safe at the moment. But with everyone pushing, any overtakes right now is going to be really, really hard to do as we start the third laps. 2 laps around here, and some cars have already used 14% of their tires. As Maldonado is Maldonadoing his way forwards there, up into 11th. Bolo has called back up to Motel, is within DRS range, at least by a second. We'll have to see if we can actually get close enough to make a move. Dub has not given up on getting past this Sauber. Not at all. And Naz right now is going to help burning up those tires of Chief here. Not giving him an easy pass. I'm stuck behind the Aston Civil War. So we have 2 Astons here running together, and Floof down here says that he's stuck behind the Aston Civil War alongside Mike here. Maldonado. Was a little bit of a move on there. Chief still intent here. Tragedy did, I believe, get overtaken by Master, if I'm not mistaken. And Petrov right now is trying their damnedest to get past the Sauber ahead. That is very, very close. Almost got the move made, but is now compromised. The Master didn't get the best exit there after going for the attack. Can probably get this done down the main straight with how close they are. It should be a clean pass here for the Ferrari team. No, couldn't get it done. Lacking a little bit of acceleration, I guess. But yeah, needs a little bit of a better DRS. Is probably a better wording. But there are fights happening, and there are a lot of them. It's just a little bit harder to overtake now. You aren't actually guaranteed to overtake if you get within DRS. So honestly, the light racing mod version that we're running might actually be a genuine upgrade to the game. We will have to see. Mascherino here now, getting ready to get the Ferrari. Mascherino gets by into the final corner. Can they now keep that Ferrari at bay? Looks like it's going to be an easy task, but look at all the cars following him. Maldonado versus Crashity. Gets by up into 9th right now for the McLaren, but a terrible corner puts them back into 10th, unfortunately. Coconaldo also looking to hunt. All of these guys are looking to hunt, and the battle between Petrov and Mascherino is slowing them down enough that a lot of cars are getting within this fight for a couple of points right now. And even Nance is in danger of overtaking Petrov and actually gets that move done with relative ease from the Alpine driver right there. And now Petrov is basically compromised to both a Sauber and a McLaren behind. Maldonado has eaten through his tires down to 57% on those initial soft tires. Mourinho, same, 53% on those soft tires, eating them in 7 laps here. We'll have to see if the undercut proves to be worth it. Hotel, however, is chilling out front. Starting pole position is definitely a huge advantage with the light racing mod, which it kind of also is in real life. And for Petrov here, going to try and get back that position as Coconaldo goes up to 12th. And we'll be ready to hunt down the Sauber Crashity. Let's go. It's Coconaldo's response to this. Chief, still intense, still just struggling to pass the cars ahead as it stands. 30S seems to be the Haas's kryptonite. As Crashity is giving the first race winner here a little bit of a fight. For now, though, I think there aren't going to be too many big moves. We are basically just waiting for that first pit stop window, and things open up and become more interesting, if you will. A little bit more spicy. But we can see that the top 6 here has created pretty sizable gaps for themselves to work with. Petrov has a gap to 6th here, but honestly, within just a couple of seconds behind him, he basically has the entire grid, or entire remaining grid. There's no real breathing space there to be had. As Crashity does move up to 10th as it stands. Mike's failure has escalated. What temperature are we running that engine at? 135 degrees. Yeah, that gearbox is about to explode. That is not good for that gearbox. As we see Mourinho actually be the first one to pit. And the medium runner here is going to try to get some undercutting done. That is definitely another pit stop, though. That is a guaranteed second pit stop from the RB driver here. As Crashity is moving up to 8 now, with the advantage of those hard tires. Maldonado comes in. The undercuts have begun, and there's actually a double stack here from the McLaren team. Well, not really a double stack, but you get it. Both of them pit the same lap. Same lap pitting stance, if you will. Maldonado comes out behind Mourinho, but with these medium tires, they can try and get some overtaking done. They can chase down the cars ahead. And exactly how much quicker they are is going to be interesting to find out here. If they are a lot quicker, which it seems like they are, a lot of teams could lose out here, as Chief and Coconaldo comes in. Did Chief go soft to soft? No, it's a medium waiting for him. Coconaldo has almost beat him out, gone to a soft tire again. Ferrari strategy has returned to the pit lane, as it turns out. Coconaldo, soft to soft. Chief is in 18th by Maldonado and Mourinho as it stands. This could be huge for the Haas driver. Get some undercutting done. Get through the field without needing to actually overtake. And a 32.4 here sets the scene. There's 3 seconds quicker than most other cars on track. And that is really, really bad news for any of the top drivers. It's not going to be many laps needed here to get within the range of the top 10. As Van der Ven, well, top 5 really, top 3. As Van der Ven comes to the pit, soft tire waiting for him. Get me to clean air. You have a little bit of clean air now. Well, sorry, you don't have clean air right now. You should probably consider pitting. AFN. We undercut, we pass, we hold up, we score points. That is the Floof way, apparently. Soft, hard strategy? Could be, yes. We see living Ducky here starting to get really, really bad tires as Dub comes in. Hard tire for Dub, that could mean we try and go till the end. It would be very brave to try and do that, but it is viable. Australia for medium. We see living Ducky come in now, get rid of those absolutely destroyed tires. For a soft tire, that's a bold choice. And with that, Ronaldo's actually overtaken Chief, I do believe, on track with a soft tire advantage. And this should, again, just spice things up a little bit. Dub right now, with those fresh hards, if they can clear Absolute Cinema and Nance, could jump the top drivers here. 20 seconds is what it takes to do a pit stop. We've seen fresh tires can win you 3 to 4 seconds a lap. If Dub can clear the problem ahead, then they have a good chance of getting up into a very, very good finishing position. Petrov now comes in. Is that a hard tire? No, that's a medium tire for the Ferrari driver. Mikey Mike also finds their way into the pit. Petrov right now is behind 3 other drivers that have pitted. But Mourinho is on fresh tires. They just need to clear the 2 Aston Martins, who has 90% tire preservation, and just laughing at everyone right now because they're going to hold them up and destroy their tires. Destroy their fresh tires, I might add. That could actually work out really, really well for the Aston Martin strategy department right now as Bolo comes into the pit lane. How am I P4 Nero? I don't know. You drive well? Maybe? You're in the pit lane now, though, so not P4 anymore. But you are, I think, net 4, maybe still? If you can gain 14 seconds on Mortel. But yeah, you're not looking too shabby here. I'm going to have to be honest. Petrov in 12 with fresh tires goes into the Mourinho train here. And again, it's just Mourinho as the task, causing a little bit of problems for them here. Our race leader is pitting to get off the hard tires after just 16 laps on them. For a medium tire. 1 more pit stop will be needed for the Haas driver. They do, however, come out in clean air, and that should give them a very, very good chance of winning here. Absolute Cinema comes in for a soft tire. And with that, most pit stops have been done here, except for the 2 Astons and Slowminton, who's still making that soft tire work for him. The car didn't improve, Nero. The car will be improving from the 3rd race onwards, David, basically. This race is over for me, says Floof. Well, you could still get red flagged, so could still have crashes. Speaking about crashes, Crashy does in fact pit. And fastest lap goes away with Master Renio now. Where are you coming out on those mediums? Top 10? No. Just about, as it turns out. I was wrong. Top 10 for Crashity here. With the freshest tires on track right now. In terms of Mourinho and Taz, they are still having their little squabble, I guess we could call it, as Edster's gone for a soft tire. That guarantees another stop here from at least 1 Aston driver. And if Mourinho can pass, that would be good for the RB. Normanton has better tire preservation than me on softs than I have on hards, says Cosby. Damn. The Mercedes TP is asking the referee here for a red flag, and we have had an incident as Renz is just skidding the wall over and over again.
A crash. There's been a crash.
Renz Nance here has spun and damaged their rear wing.
Knocked their confidence, I'm sure.
That is them basically out of this race. They can still continue going, but they crashed again after their initial crash on the rejoin. Guess we don't get to see that, but they did actually crash and destroy their front wing when they spun back around, which is very, very unfortunate for the Alpine team here. They're both harboring injuries, as it turns out. Alpine living up to their name for sure here, as Mortel takes fastest lap and is now a pit stop ahead of Slowminton. Slowminton here could do the funniest thing ever though, and hold up Mortel to allow Bolo, Dub, and everyone else to get back to the back of him. Are we gonna see any hold-up action here? No hold-up action. Oh, maybe not. Oh, I thought Slowminton was going to get back at him, but unfortunately that is not happening. Mortel has found freedom immediately, not suffering from being held up by anyone. And Slowminton here is still begging for that safety car or that red flag. And honestly, same as Tess back in 10th, just holding everyone up alongside Maldonado. And you can see here, Maldonado, Tess, they are 4 to 5 seconds slower than the 8 cars ahead. Every lap Tess runs here is costing the cars around 4 to 5 seconds. Slowminton here needs to come out ahead of the squabblers here. Found himself actually a nice little gap here to pit into. But yeah, Tess right now is just driving with that middle finger to any car that is nearby. 5 seconds are being lost a lap from just being behind. 5 seconds a lap at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Aston sends their regards. And the Ferraris are just begging to be let through at the moment. It's being constantly held up. Their engines are cooking, their tires are cooking. Tez with the evil genius plan right now. At this rate, I don't think S is going to score points necessarily, but it's going to be hard for anyone that is getting held up as Tess finally goes in the pit lane. It's going to be really hard for anyone that has been held up to get back in the point scoring positions. Because as you can see here, the top 10 now, there is 30 seconds up to Bolo. And Mourinho was running with them a little while ago. Crashly was running with them a little while ago. It's almost a 20-second gap here. So as you can imagine, that really, really hurt a lot of drivers here. As Nance now, to make the pain even worse, has picked up a mechanical fault.
Surely some kind of fault.
We have a failure now for Renz, and honestly, the pit lane should probably be where Nance would go. It is a temporary failure for the gearbox, as things stand. As we have a Red Bull in the pit going for a hard tire. That should be all the way till the end. A yellow flag. Living Ducky here has done something. A lock up into turn 12.
Let's have a look as we go into the 13th corner.
Loof is begging for Alpine to just be normal. And Justin wishes he had better DRS. I don't think tire preservation is the answer. I think maybe the top speed was the issue. I love the gamble test, to be fair. Just a shame it didn't work out. Living Ducky now takes the job of holding everyone up on terrible tires. And Ferrari here just can't catch a break. To be fair, Poconaldo has terrible tires too. It's like kind of doing it to each other as Poconaldo gets by now. But Chief is boxed in. And will have a hard time getting past anyone here, really. In 13th at the moment. Living Ducky, medium tire. Theoretically, it can go till the end. But that's going to be a really, really hard ask here. I would think, at least. David right now, chilling on those hards. Probably going to go in the soft towards the end. Slowminton here. I don't know who's going to win. I think it's going to be Mortel. But the podium is still up for grabs. No, I cannot be chowed. Of course you can. As is about to do it to you. Look, you're left with the pit lane just to avoid it. So hard tires for the RB. Hard tires for the Haas here. And for the Ferrari here, it's a medium tire. 24 laps on medium tire, considering how quickly you guys eat tires, is a little bit too much to ask, I would dare say. But hey, we can always hope, can't we? Slominton now needs a clean pass of the Sauber in order to remain competitive here and catch Master and get by. But David is not making it easy for him here. Speed it up a bit. Probably should, honestly. Middle part of the race. Maldonado comes in the pits here. What are we looking at? We're looking at a hard tire and a bit of a slow stop, honestly. That's going to allow Taz and everyone else here really to jump him. Does slot in behind their teammate, however, Colapinto. And Colapinto's tires mean Maldonado is going to get held up. Is Floof going to do the worst move ever? As Slominton finally gets by David up here. Is Floof going to screw over his teammate? No. Lets him go. Holds up everyone else instead, including Pocanaldo, Chief, Vanderveer, and Duck. Look at that. They're just all over his rear wing. And finally, Duck at least gets by. Floof has never been more of a wall in his life. He finally gets what he wished for. When he thought he'd be quick. Goes into the pits, however, and that dream was short-lived. Medium tire. That's going to be interesting. Slominton here has already caught up to Mascherino. And again, just needs a clean pass at the moment. Mascherino probably only has one pit stop remaining. Slominton needs to do another pit stop. But still very much equal at the moment. The question is just how much of a gap can Slominton get now on these mediums that he's gotten the pass done. Bolo comes out in 7th. On a hard tire with 21 laps to go. Bolo is going till the end. Petrov. Into the pits. Hard tire. Same strategy. Going till the end on these hards. Just like Mourinho's doing. Tess, Maldonado, both of them probably are going till the end as well. They're getting out just about ahead. And Living Ducky getting a little bit bully there on pit exit. But we are getting the final DRS train kind of set up here for at least some of you. But the gaps there are insane, just because of how much you guys got held up. Mascherino now goes into pit lane. Living Quack Quack just behind, says Floof. That's slander. Well, it's libel, as I was so kindly told, if it's written. But yeah, Bolo now, I think in a pretty decent position. Definitely locking in a podium here, I would dare say. Hotel would need a safety car or something else to have a problem, and right now is just keeping, I think, Colapinto with him. Yeah. Colapinto, you have been lapped, and you're being held up right now. I'm not gonna lie, you're actually being held up right now by the Haas on all the tires. The pain train continues as Dub comes into a hard tire here with 19 laps to go. Dub now out in 6th place, and with only Bolo ahead, everyone else still needs to pit. Dub 2, podium candidate as things stand. Slominton could try and gamble to go till the end. Crashity does need to pit. David is going to need to pit. Honest Slominton is too. The question is just when they pit, and if there is going to be a safety car, a red flag, or anything else here to throw a wrench into anyone's plans. That's Bolo. Makes a move, and we see Living Ducky there drop down again.
Now the Ferrari's involved.
Crash involving multiple cars, including a Ferrari, eh? Parker Petrov. What happened here, Parker? Lockup from the Williams takes the Ferrari out. That is very, very unfortunate.
And look at the team there. They all knew what.
That is very unfortunate there for the Living Duck. To have been hit by themselves. Honestly, the one who's unfortunate is Petrov, because they got assassinated. I'm sorry. My thoughts are just wandering on their own. Petrov was unfortunate and got a penalty for it. Okay, game. Petrov got a penalty for living duck locking up. That's interesting. You don't mind? Sorry. Is mine going to bed? Go to bed now, mind? Are you guys telling him to go to bed? That's a... Oh, did I miss a go to bed message earlier or something? Or is it the good old meme that if you're not here, you'll do better? As to now, into the pit lane. Soft tire, 33 laps to go. That can work for an Aston. But the gaps are a little bit too much. Leader now comes to the pit lane. And get jumped by Bolo here potentially, I do believe. Maybe. We shall see. Soft tire, 16 laps. That's brave from the Haas. I don't think I would do that. Are we going to see the Haas downfall live here around Saudi? Tragedy does the exact same thing. Soft tire. We see Cinema here do the same thing. Soft tire. 16 laps. I mean, the tire does live 16 laps. That's not a problem. But degradation is going to be a huge issue here. They are basically 8 times quicker. But degradation here. A lot of these cars don't have tire preservation. I guess it should be fine, but look at here. Look at Mortel. 6% lost in 1 lap. 10 more laps like this, and he's in danger. And there are 15 laps to go. David now, into the pits. Soft tire for the Sauber driver too. The AI has crossed the we are gambling threshold. Slowminton might have unexpectedly put themselves in a really, really good position simply because they're going to be pitting in 2 or 3 laps, which will be a lot more... It would be a lot better in terms of where they are when they pit, basically. They would have a lot more tire remaining. You can see a Mortel 2 here now. Another 6% gone that lap. Fastest lap has been secured thanks to the DRS. But at a rate of 6% per lap, they're not surviving the last 15. It's not happening. They need to manage, and as long as they're behind Bolo, and Bolo can put more temp into those tires, they're not going to have a good time. Haas might have thrown away one of the easiest wins I've ever seen. You've been running 15 seconds ahead of the pack the entire race, and then you pit for a soft tire on lap 33, 34? Oh, he needed to get by there. 80% now. This could be rough viewing for any Haas fans. Punctures could be an issue, as Cosby says. I would expect that, really. The Aston has tire preservation. The Aston will be fine, but the other cars do not have the Aston's 90% tire preservation, which could be an issue. Blue says every point we get is one less for the tryhards. He did 16 laps on hards. Yeah, and that's the thing. Mortel did do 16 laps on the hards, and now he's trying to do the same on softs. And we have Bolo, Slowminton, and Mortel running together at the moment. Mortel right now is getting dirty air from 2 cars instead of just 1. I don't know how this one is going to end. Verdict on potential McLaren points. Maldonado should be able to secure points here. Might need to pit, however, and that could be an issue. There's no one really behind who has better tires. So unless Maldonado finds the wall here, I dare say he should be safe. Finally gets by Slowminton here, but Bolo Molo is still going to be an issue up ahead. And right now, those tires are falling off a cliff. He's already getting to the same level of the hards, and in just 5 more laps, the hards are going to be quicker. Slowminton, you better have a soft tire waiting for you. I'm going to be very upset at Kneve. Good job. Good job, Mercedes team here. You actually did something good. Question now is, can Slowminton close down that 20-second gap again? That's going to be the big one. Dub right now, small tire advantage, but is 7.5 seconds behind. 10 laps to go. That's going to be a tough ask, as Mourinho here also goes to a soft tire. It's going to still remain in the points, however. And it's going to have a hard time catching any cars ahead. The gap's just a little bit too much. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how Motel does, how Slowminton does here. Slowminton is burning those tires, 86% right now. I don't know what those tires were when they came out. Yeah, 85% on the first lap. I assume they were used. That's the only thing that would make sense. But yeah, 10 laps to go. You've used 40% on 7 laps. That's not a good position to be in. And it is faster lap here for Slowminton. Playmaster might be able to catch up. It's running about nearly 2 seconds quicker than some of the cars. It's not going to be enough to catch... Well, it might actually be enough to catch the top 2 too, if we have clean passes all the way. And that's going to be a bit of a hard ask here, I dare say. Oh. That's going to be in on Masterino. Not yet, at least. But it's trying for it. Now again, the same problem of the dirty air. Going to heat up those tires, going to heat up the engine. It's going to be negative all around. As Mourinho now sets a new fastest lap. On the freshest softs on track, with the exception of Chief. So Chief could still snatch fastest lap here. Would be outside the points. They won't actually score anything with it. But will stop their rivals from scoring, which probably would be the more important part here. We could see an RB win here from Bolo Molo, simply because of the fact that they pitted on too hard when they did. Slowminton has cleared Master now. But on the flip side, they're going to have to put in a lot of effort here. And I don't think their tires are going to be good enough to catch Dub with the time remaining, unfortunately for them. Can you check Ferrari's temperatures? So Ferrari's running okay right now in the golden here for Petrov. Bocanaldo is just managing temps really. And when it comes to anyone else, right now management is just the name of the game for most of the cars on track. I did park a pit. Mechanical fault?
But there.
I don't know. I didn't see what tire they were on.
Right now.
Sorry, I had a bit of a coughing fit. Muted the microphone just this time. As it goes past their teammate as it stands. Could Bocanaldo catch Maldonado? Yes, as it stands, that might actually happen. Slowminton probably isn't catching a podium place here. Bolo Molo is keeping the gap to Mortellia pretty constant. But both of them have very little tire left, and it is 5 laps remaining, including this one. So this could get very, very interesting. Oh, 5 laps plus 1. You get it. Numbers are confusing sometimes, but yeah, in this case, that is how it is. Chief could also get involved in the fight here for 10th, potentially. The question is just how much is the Aston crew just gonna say no to him? That's gonna be the big one. Are they just gonna say no? You ain't passing. And even Living Ducky here says no, you ain't passing. Yellow flag now.
There's a yellow flag.
Crash involving multiple vehicles. It's Parker again. Why do I have a feeling Parker's about to pick up another penalty? I'm pretty sure Parker pitted just to get rid of the penalties. They wouldn't carry over to the next race. Well, it wouldn't carry over to the next race. It would go on the ending time. I don't know. AI is weird sometimes. What did Parker Petrov do? No penalties given. Parker did definitely eat up that hard before they pitted, that's for sure. Motel is actually gaining on Bolo right now. We'll have to see how this goes. Times X is going to be his wish. Honestly, we can times X it until Mortel gets a little bit closer. There is a fight for 10th here, though, with Maldonado. But we'll have to see how that goes. Poconaldo has actually overtaken Maldonado at the moment. And it's leaving him behind a little bit. Maldonado takes that back. We're going to have a interesting battle for 10th, and we're going to have an interesting battle for 1st by the looks of it. Mortel is not giving up. But the tire wear is probably going to force him to have to give up here. 3 laps to go right now. 38% tires. There's going to be a lot of cars here running on the limit as it stands. Battle for P17 is where it's at. Well, Poconaldo might get by right now. Mortel lost 2nd since we looked at him last. McLaren versus Ferrari. It's still not over here. Yeah, Mortel now is dropping rapidly. David might even get a chance to go on Mascherino, but doesn't look like it. Poconaldo now in danger from Chief. Might need to play the team game for Maldonado. Or rather, the name game, as it were. Maldonado needs Poconaldo within DRS. So they both need to put themselves in danger to protect themselves against Chief. That is interesting, to say the least. Final lap has started for Bolo Molo here, but they still have 2 laps remaining back here. They are on the 2nd to last lap. Yeah, within the top 10, this is basically the only fight right now. The 2 Aston Martins pulled such a sabotage move, and we had so many other cars just holding each other up for 5 seconds a lap that it really, really spread the field thin. Maybe we'll go with a little bit better car setup next time around. Here's Chief now. Gonna get the launch he needs. Final lap is underway. Not yet. Not yet at all. As Bolomolo takes the win here. Mortel comes 2nd. Dub takes 3rd. Slowington is going to secure 4th place here. Then we have Mascherino. We have David. We have Crashity. We have Absolute Cinema Alpine. Mourinho. And the fight for 10th here with Maldonado versus the Ferrari. 1 more corner to go here. 1 corner to decide who takes the final point. As Poconaldo goes down the inside, gets an amazing exit here, and does in fact finish in 10th place. We also do have a yellow flag by the looks of it. Someone has done something. I can sense it.
Sometimes I think you just have to.
But with that, we have Molo Bolo here, taking the win in Jeddah. Bo Mortel gets 2nd. Mike with the damage holds up both Park and the Floof. I know who my goat is. Damn. But yeah, these are our finishing positions for Jeddah. Driver's then. Molobolo takes the lead. 2 points at a Master Chief. Sol Mortel 2 points further down in 3rd. And we have Mourinho, Mascherino, Poconaldo, Kyle, Cinema, Slowminton, and Petrov in 10th. Constructors then. Haas in the lead, RB 2nd, Mercedes and Ferrari 3rd and 4th. And we have 2 teams who have yet to score points here. Which one is understandable. They had a pretty bad Jeddah race, and we might see some penalties coming out as a result of that. We shall see. New regulations proposed. We're going to Austria. Hopefully everything will be okay. Can only hope. Minor regulation changes. We'll have to vote for the chassis focus overhaul. Let's go. Test wasn't holding me up. I would probably been leading due to my consistency. Look out for upgrades. We shall. Upgrades are coming this next race weekend. The AI's first couple of design cycles, if you will have been finished. And to ensure that there's no first or second driver, every team will get 2 free components whenever they finish a design. So there will be some upgrades on the car this season. This weekend. The question is just if they're going to be Super Saiyan upgrades or not. Because I think I might have found another source of Super Saiyan upgrades, which means there's no 4 different ways we can create that scenario. Hopefully I'm wrong. We shall see. I pray I am wrong. Congratulations on going up 7 places, AFN. We're proud of you. Alpine Redemption Arc, both fans. I'm looking forward to it. We shall see. We are getting close to 16 days now till we go to Austria. And maybe it will be pissing down. Just maybe. Apparently my factory's on fire. That's a tragedy. I don't think it's gonna rain in Austria. I'm just saying that to scare you guys. You should realize that by now. If I see something in a weird voice or hushed or secretive, you know, it's usually just a ruse to mess with you guys' heads. And I did that to some teams too when the car designs were going on, and I apologize for that. But it was more fun that way. Was more fun that way. 3 days to Austria. It's either a ruse or it's true, yes. Just like you either overtake or you stay behind. Okay. 75% safety car. Weather forecast. Right here, it says clear. The question now is if we have another Super Saiyan incident. And looking at the grid average, I think we're safe, but I am seeing upgrades coming in. We all are seeing upgrades coming in right now. So take a look at McLaren. They've upgraded 5 kilograms off their car. They are now the second worst cornering team, but they are pretty speedy, and they are good at cooling. They have upgraded something, for sure. And we could take a look at what it is. It's not that chassis. It is that front wing. The front wing has gotten an update by looks of it. The question is, did the AI make a good upgrade? I'll have to check later. The rear wing has been renewed. The side pods are still the old design. The underfloor is new. And their suspension is new. So those are the 4 parts that we should expect the other teams to have replaced as well. Red Bull has done something to that car as well. They've done a lot to that car. 1.5 kilograms right now. They're still not looking too good. 15, 17, 11, 13, 13, 15, 11, 11, 17. I might need to take a look at this and see if this is actually an improvement to their initial car. Because this looks a little bit off here. Someone might be able to check that. Check the R&D, please. We are checking. We are checking. Mercedes has done the same thing as RB has done. A lot of upgrades. They are now the second best cornering team. They are the second best tire preservation team. And they're looking pretty decent. The DRS, though, has gone up to 16%. Alpine has also been doing improvements. 1.5 kilograms right now. 50 DRS. But nothing else really to write home about, unfortunately. The Williams team has also done some decent stuff in. No tire preservation improvement. But they are the best cornering team still. Lacking everywhere else, however. We'll have to see if this helps them in Austria. The Haas. They are still a bit of a midfield car. I think they've lost out a little bit here. 11, 7, 7, 9. They're pretty good all around. And that's probably why they are winning races, but struggling whenever they get stuck in traffic. So that kind of does make sense. RB is very similar to the Haas, honestly. They both look very, very similar. And they do kind of also have the problem of getting a little bit stuck in traffic. And that is understandably a bit of an issue. Now, the Kick Sauber car has actually improved, I believe, quite a bit in both tire preservation, cooling, and cornering. Lacking top speed, of course, DRS, acceleration, but does not look terrible right now. And finally, the Aston, who used to only have top speed going for them. They also still only have top speed and tire preservation going for them. But I believe they have closed the gap a little bit to the cornering here. And as you probably see here, they've lost some tire preservation. And the reason that is very, very simple. Once that is so much higher than the others, if the other stats aren't at least a little bit high, they will take a little bit of performance from that stat. In this case, 1.2%. The improvement to tire preservation at 90% would be 0.2, 0.3% over the course of a project. So this is kind of what you expect, but it's just the unfortunate reality of having really, really high stats. Check Ferrari, you skipped it. I'm sorry. I thought I did Ferrari first. Yeah, Ferrari also does not have a lot going for it right now, so I bid them luck in the race to come. But yeah, having 0% expertise on car is a good way to improve that stat quickly, because you get a massive boost to your expertise gain on projects. And it's also how the catch-up mechanic works in this game. Basically, the lower your expertise is, the more of it you get whenever you do a project. The higher it gets, the harder it gets to get more. So as you can imagine, that changed things. Can you check the car parts on editor? I'm afraid with 1.5 kilogram parts and no improvements, the AI didn't give us the actual part. Sanjita, the only way your car changes weight is if the AI puts the new part on the car. So they have put the new parts on the car. I did toggle the setting that allows for, that gives you 2 free parts whenever you finish a design. So there's no first or second driver in terms of parts, and both cars get the upgrade the second it is done. So basically, all cars do have the new parts on them as it stands. If there's any other questions, let me know, and before that we shall jump into Australia. But I can take a quick look at the database editor just to be on the safe side while I wait for questions, just to see here if there is something concerning to be spotted. But I think there isn't actually going to be any problems this time around, which is very, very good. Makes me very, very happy. And yeah, we're not seeing any massive issues right now. Yep, everything looks good. Been some percentage improvement across the grid. And that's literally what we expected. So with that said, let's jump into the next race here in Austria. Let's go. We went backwards, we went forwards. You done floofed? Sorry. It's whenever I alt-tab. I'm pretty sure it's alt or tab that triggers that, and I still haven't fixed it. But we're having wet quali, but a dry race. So I wasn't fully lying to you guys. There is going to be some wet racing done. It's just not going to be against each other. Unless, of course, you do get stuck in traffic. Which might happen. How do the cars stack together in the editor now? They're still pretty close. But we will take a look at that probably at the end of the stream or at the end of the season, depending on how things go. Time for a disappointing result from Ferrari. But chat is currently the McLaren appreciation zone. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like, Floof. I'm not going to lie. But qualifying is better for us because no DRS. True, I guess. Let us jump into it. It's going to be full wet here in Q1. And by the looks of it, it's going to remain full wet. Holy moly. There's going to be a small window here where someone can set a good time. This is going to be a very interesting wet quali, actually.
Okay, good. Loud and clear.
These are banker laps. These are not the final result laps, if you will.
Okay, cool the tyres and we will box this lap. Box this lap.
Who is going to be quickest of the rest here? Living Duck is so far the fastest. Lominton takes that throne. right now we are just waiting for it to go. I think Inters. Yeah, it's definitely going to be an Inter period right here. That's going to be decisive for this qualifying session. Justin was close to points and he finished 25 behind me. What? Any points we can take from you dastardly tryhards we take? Okay, that's kind of funny, Floof. I am so slow, is what Taz says. That is, yeah, unfortunate. And it is drying up right now. So we are going to go out with Mrs. Point right here. Mr. Mrs. I don't even remember. It's Mr. Point. Or maybe it's they, them point. I don't know. I didn't check. And honestly, it's a bad joke, so forgive me. Yeah, let's see it. We see improvements all across the grid. 16 sixes, 16 sevens. Although not with the best first sector here, could put themselves in trouble, really. Petrov, 19-4. Test, 19-3. Chief with a 19-1. Wants to get back on top here. Dub, not the improvement you were looking for there, mate. Pocanaldo, so fastest so far. Mourinho takes that title away immediately. And we see cars in danger. Edster, Maldonado, Mike, Pinto, and Taz. What can Taz do here? Taz goes third fastest in the Aston. Well, second fastest, really. And Chief even beats my team. That's heresy. But yeah, right now, Dub, Pinto, Mikey, Maldonado, and Edster are looking to be in danger as things stand. It is not looking too good for them because they might have time for one more run if they go super quick. But that is about it. Is anyone going to jump straight out again to try and improve? There we go. The last wave here is attacking. We could get some small improvements here. It's going to start pouring down very, very soon. I saw a yellow flag there for a second. Pocanaldo runs wide.
Right, let's have a look as we go into turn 4. And they just can't keep on the track. Well, hopefully not a sign of things to come.
We are the heroes of this story. Esther is improving, but not enough compared to the cars around him. That is the unfortunate reality of the situation. Let's see who get... Oh, maybe. But everyone behind will also be improving. Who goes where as things stand? Mortel. Unfortunately, Ferrari here not had a good time. Aston here not had a good time. And they took the conformist with them. Pinto, Petrov, Pocanaldo, Taz, and Edster out in Q1 after Tessa did that beautiful second run, unfortunately. I must have been blocked. It's what Taz claims here. Mikey Mike is picking up a penalty this race. They've finally decided to replace some damaged components. But yeah, not a good start to the weekend for two of our teams here. This is very likely to be a one lap quali. One lap quali, one lap shootout. Oh, 2 lap shootout. It's just going to be a tiny, tiny amount of rain in the middle. That is kind of funny, honestly. Come on, Malden, how do we get easy Q3? I love that Flute Crash down just goes, yeah, we should be in Q3. Oh. There, we were always the second most cornering team, but still score points at Monaco. That's not bad for you, to be fair. Everyone taking off more weight than us, it simply means they're done with more upgrades than you are. The AI and the way they upgrade their car is a mystery that no one can probably understand. So by the time we go from Austria to the next race, it should hopefully have every car upgraded, every component at least once. That's what I'm hoping for. 16-7, 16-8 is what we see in the first sector. 22,
Okay, currently P1.
29-2, 29-3 in the second. Both the Alpines say being close to each other. Is the bad close to each other, or is the good close to each other? That is going to be the big question here. As some telemarketer just called my phone. I think. I'm just going to check the number, so just give me a second. In the meantime, you guys can enjoy Master's lap time, I guess. Just give me 1 second here to check out what... It was, in fact, an annoying questionnaire, so we'll pass on that. I done torpedoed Floof? What happened when I looked away? What has Floof done? We see some brave souls wasting tire here on a wet track. I don't think this is going to pay out for them. This is desperation showing it, and even then, Maldonado Motel did improve the final sector. Oh, it's 4 minutes until pissing down. My weather center is actually off its everything here. Mikey Mike is trying to set a new lap time. Polo with a lockup is somewhat in danger here. That could actually be very, very bad for him. Out laps from 5 cars right now, but there is going to start raining very, very soon. And that would be a bit of an issue. Dub is improving. Chief is improving. It's starting to rain in a minute. Unless the game is, you know, being silly, but we will see. Who is going to finish their laps in time? Dub goes to first. Chief is finally getting to the end here. Crash goes 7th. Chief stays where they are for final sector. Mike has a yellow first sector, but it's just 1/10 down on the other cars. Needs to find 2 sectors in the final couple of sectors here. That is probably not good enough. 2/10 down now. Needs a perfect final sector to get anything out of this qualifying session. Finds the improvement, but it's not enough. Maldonado now. Up next to try and improve. Doesn't look like we're getting an improvement from Rense or Marinho. Neither from Maldonado potentially. No, not good enough. As it stands. David here, also out. Mortel, Mourinho, Nance, Mike, David, and Maldonado out here with the Williams showing how quick they can actually be. What happened to this? Oh. My bad. I was wondering why you guys were screaming. I'm sorry, everyone. I was wondering why there was so much caps to my right. Apologies, everyone. Apologies. That was my mess up. I forgot that when I checked the phone numbers, I actually type in. Oh, my numpad. I'm sorry. Apologies. Apologies. Maybe I should just do a black screen wrestling and just do radio races going forwards. Maybe that would be the next thing. You done torpedoed Floof? Yes. This is worse than the F1 TV time pages. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I'll take a pole position as punishment for my crimes. I'll be taking it from you. 1 lap shootout on the menu. It's gonna start raining. The Williams go out first here. We have Chief going out behind Dub. That's not a bad place to be. All things considered. Slow momentum between both RBs is probably not what you would like to be, though, to be fair. The RB sandwich is probably not a good place for the Mercedes. 16-7. And a spin!
All good at this point.
Sabotage here from Kyle.
Whoa, and a
That's going to screw over Chief, too.
And ultimately, just unable to bring the car under control.
Screwed over Chief as well, and his teammate. Double Williams fumble here with Haas as flavor filling. Let's see what Duck's middle sector looks like. It is purple right now, but he is 4/10 down on Absolute Cinema. That is unfortunate, to say the least. And for Dub here, just goes into the pits, doesn't even finish the lap. Who goes where? Currently still, we have a Mercedes on pole as things stand. We have a Mercedes front row lockout as things stand. Dub here started so well in the first sector, and then it all just crumbled, and he took his teammate and the Haas driver with him. Tragedy, 6th fastest here, and the rain has started to fall. We actually got drama in Q3 for once. I forgot the master spun? Are you joking with me? It's not showing up in the preview. Yeah, I had to just trigger it once more to be safe. Yeah, master spin. It should be gone now unless Switch is doing something silly, Floof. Okay, so it just hung up on the master spin then? Apologies, everyone. I have like a tiny preview on my screen here, and all of them were gone. So if master spin was still remaining, then I can do nothing but apologize. Nah, I'm not stealing points this time. Oh, it didn't show up when the volume spun. I'm sorry. I was too excited going on about other things, Floof. I thought the master spin was still on the screen from when I messed up earlier, you see. That was indeed what he meant, Razak, yes. I just am stupid and slow, as it turns out. 5,000 separates the Mercedes crew here. We have Red Bull in 3rd and 5th. And Williams, who was really, really quick in Q2. The unfortunate spin there from Kyle does put them in a bit of a compromised position here. Mike will be eating a penalty as things stand. No, you could just do better, says Floof. Okay. I'll do my best. Which is actually my worst. But yeah, we'll see. Let's get into the race itself here in Austria. And see who needs 4 or 5 pit stops.
Well then, it's not
They did do that, Razak. They did.
The crowd are ready, the cars are ready. It's the Austrian Grand Prix.
That's a hard tire right there.
And it's lights out.
Lights out, away we go. Mercedes taking to the round in the first corner. Good start here from Absolute Cinema. Flemington, though, with the inner line, gets bullied off track, and that is bad teamwork. He's still staying off track. Bolo gets through. And he now needs to contend with Mascherino, who's coming up his inside. Could lose another position here, as AFN just bullies his teammate on race start. Flemington down to 4th after they had a 1-2 lockout. It's not what you like to see, but he is at least getting that podium position back. Bit of a switchback going on here. Or is it? Not brave enough on the brakes. Mascherino gets that back. And the question that remains now is going to be, who goes to the Shadow Realm? Who is going to get sent off at the Shadow Realm and basically have the race ended in the saddest way possible? I'm coming for you, Pokénalto. We're going to crash you out. This time we didn't crash into anyone, which is good. But yeah. Absolute Cinema in the lead. Bolo 2nd. We have Master now back in 3rd. Slowment in 4th. Van de Ven in 5th. Living Duck 6th. Crashly 7th. Dub 8th. Montel in 9th. David in 10th. And Chief in 11th. Clearly something happened further back the grid order as well. Let us see how this race goes. As mentioned, there's no expectation of rain. So it's just going to be a straight up race here. And this should be one of the places where The Astons hold at least a little bit of an advantage. So we'll have to see if that actually turns into an actual advantage. As Colapinto now is dead last. FN has gone very quiet, yes. What happened to your Haas boys? Well, Mortel got knocked out in 11th. Chief in Q3 had a Williams spun just ahead of him, so he couldn't set a time. And as a result of that, they are 9th and 11th at the moment. They have each... Well, Chief has won one race. Mortel has come second in one, so they're not doing badly. Does Alpine even have hope at any track? Maybe one of the future tracks. I don't know. Remains to be seen. Living Dog right now. Planning to get a Red Bull by looks of it. Not on this occasion, at least. Seems that having a good DRS would be a little bit of a boon around here, at least. I do see Dub going for a move. As we see a yellow flag, Van de Ven
And here we've got a yellow
has spun.
So this is what happened. Oh, all right so far. And the control's lost. And I wonder, could they have done anything about that?
The future tracks means a track outside of the season. Damn. Mike here has no hope for his team boss, as it turns out. 3 positions, says Cosby. That is terrible. You should not celebrate it like that. Absolutely abhorrent. But yeah, it is a free position. It is unfortunate for the Red Bull driver. It's going to be one heck of a recovery drive from here on out. Dean Van der Spin. That is unfortunate, yes. Edster. S is actually moving upwards, I dare say. Dub is also very aggressive here. Petrol with a mechanical fault. Is that temperature related or crash related? We'll have to see if it's damage to component or just, you know, high temperature causing the issue. For Petrov, it is high temperature causing the issue as it stands. Hotel right now, trying to get a move lined up on the Williams ahead. I think they went a little bit wide there because they lost a lot of time in that corner. Nance now too picks up a mechanical fault. The Alpine team still suffering.
They're carrying some kind of fault.
Ciao, Edster. Nah, I couldn't even see the car. Can't really call it a mass spin if you can't see the spin. Nance is not having a good time here. Is it ERS related? It's gearbox related, and that might turn into a permanent one. The damage from crashes has not been good. And in terms of others' engines here, 60% seems to be the consensus. We have the McLaren stay with a little bit more. 67 for the Red Bulls. Similar for the Mercedes. Mike, this is what we would have had if you didn't crash. That's his fresh gearbox. So all in all, somewhere between 65 to 75 is where the engines are at. Actually finds himself in a Williams sandwich is what he's saying. And Living Duck here has used a lot of tire already. Williams are doing a very aggressive strategy here. Probably going to pit early. And Edster, while you are falling backwards, you are definitely managing your tires way better than anyone else on track right now. Massive gains though on those mediums there. 70% means that you can go for a long time still. Was that in Q1? Yes. Welcome back, Pocanaldo. Ferrari double out in Q1. Van de Ven, first one to pit. Makes sense with the spin. Into a medium. We have Living Duck coming in right now. Hard tire and a slow-ish stop. Maldonado, hard tire for him as well. Pocanaldo, hard tire goes on there as well. Undercuts on the menu. If they can beat Colapinto, that would be. Anse is also going to be part of this mess. But for Living Duck, Getting past Colapinto is going to be important, but for Maldonado and Poconaldo, they're actually in a pretty good position, all things considered, because they have a lot of free air. Nan's mechanical failure has also escalated, which could be problematic with him holding up other cars. Dub now, the other Williams is also coming in. You see David coming in. Medium tire, something different. Hard tire, I believe, for the Alpine. It's going to be double hard. It is, in fact, going to be double hard for the Alpines. And with that, the Sauber is the only team so far that has done something different, gone to a medium tire rather than a hard one. I was wrong. Mike also went for a medium tire. Never mind, I'm silly. Mandy went for a medium tire, but that doesn't really count. So, I'm just stupid. Let's agree with that. Lucas goes past Colapinto while I've been yapping. And it's up into 12th with fastest lap 1:07.9, and that means they're gaining 2 to 3 seconds a lap right now on the cars ahead. 2 to 3 seconds is massive undercut potential as Slowminton now comes in. A little bit slow there with the rear wheel, but goes out on a hard tire. Master Chief comes in, hard tire waiting, clean stop. Slowminton now finds themselves between the Williams sandwich as it stands. And now Edster can once again cause some absolute pain and suffering for everyone if they're able to hold them off. Could not hold off Duck, but will have plenty of chances to ruin other people's races right now as Motels comes into the pit lane. We're getting very close to the point where everyone is going to need to pit. Duck is potentially going to be able to undercut even Absolute Cinema here. And that would be a little bit problematic for the Mercedes team. Slowminton needs to clear Edster right now. Could not get it done on this lap by looks of it, and we see actually Absolute Cinema come in and try avoid getting undercut here. Medium to medium tire. Master comes in. Medium to medium tire. Slow stop here. Not what Rebel would have wanted. And Absolute Cinema retains net firstly with a 7-second safety net. Master comes out in 8. Has pitted and is just falling down the order right now. Medium tire. Petrov, hard tire. And right now, there isn't really anyone left to undercut. It's just 3 or 5 cars who's yet to pit, one of them being Edster. And he's still keeping Slowminton at bay. And that is really, really hurting the Mercedes' lap times there as Crashity and Mourinho comes into the pit lane. Hard tire for Crashity, clean stop. Hard tire for Mourinho. Comes out next to their teammate in 9th here. And lost out a little bit during the pits. Mourinho, same thing really. 16th now. Franco Pit is what Daniel is showing. Colapinto just holding everyone up right now. I saw a Poconaldo go wide. Shadow Realmed. Poconaldo has been Shadow Realmed. Unfortunately. That's not good for their race. At all. Polomolo stayed out very long on these hard tires. Should still be top 3 after pit stops here. Honestly worked pretty well for them. Slowminton and Edster are still going at it. Edster is just buying time here for everyone ahead to get larger gaps, get more advantage, and if a safety car red flag happens, he's laughing. So honestly, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll have to see what works out for them. Living Duck has pulled off the undercut, though, up into 2nd place right now. Slowminton is being slowed by Edster, and there's another lunge here. Is it going to be enough? Edster's top speed is definitely helping them right now to cause a little bit of pain and suffering, but I think Slowminton has finally found their way by, and now it's Dub, Mastrorenio, the Sauber's time to suffer behind the Aston. .108, 107, and 111 here from Edster. 2 to 3 seconds a lap is the cost of being stuck in this man's. Being stuck with this man's. I think the Rebel got the arrest there, and that leaves Edster exposed. and allows Masterenio here to get away scot-free. But yeah, every lap here, 2 to 3 seconds lost on fresh tires. It's devastating, really. It's devastating. We can see that already here. Master got by a lap later. He's lost 3 seconds to Slowminton. Fastest lap goes to Mourinho right now. But yeah, there are some DRS trains here getting created. But Aston has basically become the usual La Paz team that is just holding everyone up and causing so much lost time. Look at this. Edster, 5 seconds now, has been taken away from the guys behind him. The gaps that Edster is constantly causing is taking any fight out of this. Look at this now. 9 seconds. The Saubers don't have the pace to get by, even with way better tires. That's top speed in Vegas, in Baku. It's going to be amazing.
Look at the Mercedes. That's... oh no, that's not quite what they would have wanted.
That is not what our race leader wanted right there. And in terms of gap to leader, right now, 30 seconds it was Edster is holding them up with. Crashly has gone by, but it's cost a lot of time. Edster finally comes into pits, releases everyone here, and I just want to make sure that we see the DRS train that he has created. He basically held up all of these guys. Crashly got by, so basically, at one point, he was holding up Slowminton. He has held the guys behind up for basically a pit stop at this point. And just as Crashly goes in the pits here, Crashly gets by, Edster decides to go into the pits and pick up a new hard tire. Edster's doing a one-stop. Edster is actually doing a one-stop. Edster's gonna screw over so many people once the second wave of pit stops starts. It's not even funny how many people are gonna get screwed over by this Aston Martin driver. Oh, this is kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. He did 33 laps on medium tires. He can definitely do the remainder of the race here on hard tires. 108.6 is not enough though. You're reeling in some of the guys, so you're gonna need a little bit better here to keep this up. Currently, when they pit, you will very likely get back into the points. But if you can get a little bit closer, maybe really in Master again, really in Slowminton, that would be amazing. I would actually laugh if you could pull that off. We see Living Duck here, gonna need to pit again. They have already used one hard tire. Do they have another? As Bolo gets by. Bolo is a lot quicker, as it turns out. Mourinho here is squabbling with the Haas, as Nan's mechanical fault has become terminal, and they just started a lap. Are we gonna see a safety car, or a virtual safety car, from them just going poof? We shall see. If I get lapped, everyone has to pit again? Yes. Lannis does make it back into the pit. Does, I believe, retire. And no safety car as a result. Mike comes out here on hard tires. But yeah, Living Duck needs to pit very soon. David pits before anyone, though. Hard tires. Those will definitely go till the end here for the Sauber driver. And again, with everyone needing to pit, he can still jump into the top 5 here, top 6 potentially. So, yeah, still potential to be gained. The question is just how is it going to actually work out? At this point, I want a red flag. It would help, wouldn't it? As Slowminton here is desperately trying to get past the Williams. Is he going to be brave on the brakes? Is he going to send him to a Shadow Realm? Not this time around. He's a little bit more of an effort. And again, every second stay behind Living Duck here is 2-3 seconds lost to leaders. Living Duck pits back to the podium with the hard tie till the end for the Williams driver here. Is what I assume. Out in 6th place here, just ahead of Chief and the DRS train that he brings with him. So if he can stay ahead here into the next corner, Williams here with a really good chance of doing some undercutting here. Get back up into 2nd potentially. Maybe even 1st if Absolute Cinema here goes long. Two Alpines go into the pit lane, only one comes out. Okay. That's kind of funny. Hello, Drumlinamus. How you doing? That's actually kind of a good joke, Cornelia, because it is very true for how we've played this this championship. Arsenal jumps into the pit lane. We are looking at a hard tie till the end and a slow stop here for Red Bull. That's not great. Mourinho now comes in. Where does Master actually come out with the slow stop here?
Slow pit stop there.
Drops down behind Petrov. Probably could have gone ahead of Taz if not for the issue. So that is not great for the Red Bull driver. Mourinho, has he gone for... What? I'm seeing a soft tire on the RB here. Poconaldo, hard till the end. Maldonado, medium till maybe the end. We shall see. As to did 33 laps. It's going to be a little bit harder for the McLaren. I'm not going to lie. A little bit harder for the McLaren to pull off the same stunt. Ducky here is also slowly chasing down Absolute Cinema. If they stay out for a couple more laps here, Absolute Cinema could get in trouble. We have a yellow flag there temporarily as Petrov has a lockup.
Right, let's have a look now. Around turn 3. Very heavy on the brake.
At least no penalty this time around, but that definitely messed with their tires a little bit. Needs to pit anyways, so it's not the worst situation ever. A Stub finds the pit lane now. What are we looking at? Medium tire, probably till the end here. Petrov now comes in. Mourinho with a 0.5. That is seriously trying to just push. Probably going to destroy these softs and go in another set. With overtaking being difficult, that's going to be a bit of a challenge here. Medium for Petrov. How is Duck doing? Yellow flag here. I see Edster dropping down a little bit. The troublemaker has had a spin.
Now this was the 7th corner. And then the card just goes. And there'll be
no, that's the wrong one.
This, I'm sure.
I failed. He did do a little bit of a massive spin there. Taz, medium tire. Hotel, medium tire. They're going to have to manage these tires to get to the end. And we finally see the race leader come in. Hard tire. They've held on to that for a long time. How about Slominton and Duck? They are not going to get him. Had plenty of time to play with, as it turns out. No worries there. And Bulu does need to pit again. So, really, Absolute Cinema here should be perfectly fine. Chief comes in. Medium tire awaiting him. And Poconaldo is trying to get Colapinto here. Fresh tire versus worn tires. Which one is going to win out? I think the new tires are going to win out in this scenario at least. But yeah. Unless Absolute Cinema crashes, like into first corner, or the third corner, or the fourth corner, then I think he's going to get a win here, as things stand. I'm wondering if I've gone soft till the end. Probably. I would think so, Taz, to be fair. The torpedo spin. I would like to see the torpedo spin, yes. Currently, though, Chief is in the fight for points here, but Edster is kind of being a nuisance again. And if he's enough of a nuisance, he could destroy Chief's engine, Chief's tires, and probably Chief's will to live. Chief is probably close enough, though, that getting by should just be a matter of time. Slominton has pitted medium till the end here. Comes out behind Master, comes out behind Duck, comes out behind their teammate. Net fourth at the moment. And Edster is still just being very, very annoying to deal with for everyone on track. But Chief should have gone by now and should be able to remain ahead, I would think. But Edster is kind of keeping up as he almost gets torpedoed by an Alpine. But yeah, 10th place, currently guarded by Edster. Mourinho needs to pit again. Crashly needs to pit again. Edster did something he shouldn't have done there. He lost 3 positions in one corner. So sadly, he did not do the wall play we wanted to see. Soft tires with 20 laps to go from Bolo. What is Crashly going to do here? Soft tires as well. Okay. It's not a bad shout because the soft tire should survive 20 laps. And in terms of performance here, soft tire versus a medium tire versus a hard tire. About 15 laps advantage versus a medium. And versus a hard here, it should be similarly 17, 18 laps. So softs actually do hold advantage against tires of the same data of other types for 15 to 18 laps here. And they should go till the end. So Bolo, Crashly, both of them should have a bit of an advantage for these final laps around Austria. Yes, Cosby, I agree. We can get a safety car or red flag right now. That wouldn't be a problem. Pinto, soft tires. Gonna steal that fastest lap by the looks of it. Crashly right now being held up by his teammate. I think this is what they call not optimal as it stands. So the Cinema is running pretty quickly around track, but so is Bolomolo. Well, I've seen now if Crashly can get by David here and not have those soft tires be absolutely useless. Not on this occasion, at least. Solomon 2 is chasing down Master. Crashly is just stuck at the moment. The Sauber pit wall not really telling them to get out of the way like they, in this case, should, I would dare say. Basically, fresh off versus Warren Hards. And is... Oh! Teammate on teammate violence. Crashly takes out his teammate to get by.
Right, so this was the
Or maybe David spun on his own. We will never know. Did actually spin on his own. I'm slandering, yeah. I'm slandering Crashly for no good reason here. But yeah, David did unfortunately spin on his own there. We need more processional chaotic races. The McLaren team has actually taken over Twitch chat here, and it's just plotting amongst themselves, if I'm not mistaken, on how to win here. Which is kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. Unfortunately for Sauber David, that spin was really not needed, as it were. But no real way to... It just happens. Sometimes you're unlucky. Crashly is trying to chase down Mourinho, who will need to pit again. 13 laps to go with 30% tires. You're not living till the end. You should just get a new one. And the AI should listen for once. Soft tires for Mourinho. Wilmington has caught up here to Mourinho. Are we going to see a Shadow Roll move? We have only seen one so far on Poconaldo. Are we going to see any more? Well, laps to go here. Speed up. Magnate Poconaldo. Well, Mourinho has apparently cleared both of them, so fortunately I missed that. But he's back in the points as things stand. And really, there is not too much going on right now. There's going to be a fight between Mourinho, Dub, and David. Polo here could catch Dub, which is going to be an interesting struggle as well. And Slowminton right now is just stuck behind Master, and the longer he remains stuck, the worse it's going to be for his tires. That is the main things that are going on. Mourinho now. Probably going to get a good launcher on Dub, I would assume. Not here, then in the next corner. 3 DRS zones back to back to back gives you a pretty decent chance of overtaking. And Mourinho does do just that. And David now should be up next. Should be just about an easy of a target. Unfortunately. Mourinho now on David. That could have been a crash, but does get the RS, and is now up into 8th place here. I think they will hold on to that position, even with the Sauber having the RS behind, particularly when the Sauber goes wide. Good race right now for the RB driver. Bolo is lining up. A move here on the Williams. We also have a lapped Red Bull that is not Master in the picture. That is Van der Ven, who has been lapped, and it's actually kind of in a dangerous position here, because if they lock up, Bolo might be history in this race. So right now, they're actually kind of just stressing out the RB, I dare say. They seem to be a little bit stressing of the RB, as said, yes. You can still crash if could happen, yes. Nero, I'm gonna go and see what's wrong with my leg, since it's seeming a bit worrying. Have a good rest of the stream, and hopefully Alpine doesn't DNF more than they need to. If I don't return, have a good night. Hope your leg feel better, Lando. Hope it's nothing serious. Have a good night, sleep tight, and hopefully you'll feel better in the morning. Bolo is running out of laps to do with this, and honestly, Slowminton is doing it too. Life is rough here in Austria. Don't DNF when I'm gone. He was planning to DNF. He probably would have done it before you went to bed. We've all seen it. Alpine is cursed if anyone who supports them is here. And right now, Floof is compromised because he's also supporting McLaren. Well, this might lead to, you know, the Alpine Championship once more. Go to Poconaldo. Poconaldo is being overtaken by Tess at the moment. Or overtook Tess. They're basically, I think, switching back and forth. Unfortunately for no honors as it stands, but there is a battle going on a little bit down the road here. Polo is still trying to chase down Living Duck. That is literally the most interesting battle, I think, going on. For who finished second on the podium. Slowminton is trying to catch Marcelinho, but hasn't gotten close than half a second in a while. And that is a little bit problematic. Right now, Bolo has also used basically their entire soft tire. There isn't really much they have got going for them in terms of trying to get this move done. There's just a couple of laps remaining now. 3 laps remaining. No real tire to find with. Slowminton has dropped out of the range of Marcelinho. And Bolo here. You don't have a lot more chances, but you just aren't getting as close as you need to be here. And that is a bit problematic here for the RB driver. Slowminton now. This lap is second to last chance. I don't think we're going to see any more moves, really, which is a bit unfortunate. That is how it stands. I'll try. We're kind of addicted to DNFing. The Alpine driver says. My allegiance to McLaren is temporary, says Floof. Canavia claims they need to be nerfed. We can make that happen. We can give you like negative points next season for your drivers. But we have a winner here, and it is Absolute Cinema. Well, Absolute Alpine Cinema. Living Duck, very likely to secure second here, as Bolo just hasn't been able to get the move done. Bolo gets third. Master, 4th place here, did hold off Slowminton as things stand. Slowminton finishes 5th. Crashly against 6th. Chief secures 7th place here. Mourinho gets 8th. And David gets 9th while being lapped. Dub gets 10th. Then we have Mike, Poconaldo, Tess, Hotel, Maldonado, Petrov, Edster. And who were the last two? I'm pretty sure one of them was Floof. And Dean Van der Ven, who had that unfortunate spin, but beat Floof even so. That is impressive. With the results here, Molobolo retains the lead in the championship, but Absolute Cinema jumps up into second. Master Chief gets demoted to third. Master Mourinho moves up to fourth. Mortel down to fifth. We have Mourinho in sixth. Summit in seventh. Ducky in eighth. Kyle in ninth. Then we have Poconaldo in 10th. Constructors then. RB takes the lead ahead of Mercedes. And Haas drops down to third. Williams moves up to fourth. Then we have Red Bull, Ferrari, Kick, McLaren. Then Alpine overtakes Aston Martin due to finishing position. I think I'm going to give everyone else this chance. I'm thinking of doing a season break. Yeah, that's second, Evia. Everyone went forwards. We went backwards. That happens. You lost to a driver who spun. Must be really taking that knife and twisting it. I did say that. It is Las Vegas. That is going to be our final race of tonight. And Aston Martin's really biggest chance to shine here, I do feel. 1 month of development leads us to the United States here. Let's see if we find any cars with 0 kilograms of extra weight. Updates will be checked for. We just need to get to Vegas first. The teams need to have time to make those upgrades after all. Can we look at performance shop for Vegas? I'll take a look at it. Okay. I don't care about my pit crew. They can suffer. So we'll just do the standard strategy and move on. I bet we are running high Binet. The high bin build, apparently. Concerta Centauro. We'll give you the investment. Time to see how the W11 boat does. To be fair, Taz, it is a pretty big gamble to hope that you'll win 2 out of 8 races with your build and have everyone else drop enough points in the other builds for it to be good enough. But again, it's a fun gamble. It's something new, something no one else tried, what Aston is doing. So I appreciate them giving it a go and seeing how it went. Probably should have like an award for most creative build, where each season or something like that, to keep things interesting. I didn't pay a quarter of my budget to staff just to see them do shit upgrades. Well, we'll take a quick look right now at what the teams have done. Analysis here. The Ferrari. You're still at 2.5 kilograms. Your team is not upgrading certain parts of your car. What is it that they're failing to upgrade? They've upgraded your chassis. They've upgraded your front wing. That rear wing has been seeing an upgrade. The side pod is still not seeing an upgrade. The underfloor is upgraded slightly. The suspension has seen an upgrade. They have not fixed your side pod issues as things stand. For the Ferrari crew, at the very least. Currently, this puts you in, yeah, pretty close to the back, unfortunately. As you are missing one part from the upgrade schedule, so to speak. With McLaren, you've had some pretty decent upgrades into top speed by the looks of it. But your cornering is questionable, to say the least. And you have reached the 0.0 kilogram. So you're doing pretty well there. Red Bull, I assume you guys two are missing a side pod. The AI hasn't gone around to that. And the team basically is, as things stand, the 6th best team. 7th best team on the grid. You are 15th in a lot of stats. Let's just put it like that. I'll be taking a look at the editor also, Sleuth. I just want to see what the teams have done. So Mercedes is a 0.5 kilogram extra weight here. That has to be suspension. Basically still 2nd best team when it comes to cornering. Very good top speed, pretty good tire preservation. Surprisingly good tire preservation, really. Is it the suspension that you guys are lacking? Looks like it, yes. Then that tire preservation isn't really that improved. Okay, Alpine. much a midfield car. You definitely should be doing better than you guys are. 13 top speed, 11 low speed, 13 13th. Yeah, you should be doing a better performance than what you are doing, which is a little bit surprising. Williams still is the strongest cornering team, but they're lacking the top speed, really, to capitalize on that. The other things that aren't too concerning, they too are lacking a side pod. Alpine is actually perfectly fine right now in terms of weight. Haas needs a new suspension, but they are genuinely the third best team. They have the third best top speed, third best cornering. They're lacking some dirty air, tire preservation, engine cooling, DRS effectiveness, which probably is hampering the overtakes a little bit. But they should be pretty quick, which they've shown in the first couple of races. RB 999. So again, puts you in the realm of the fourth fastest team in terms of pure stats. All parts upgraded. Sauber. Midfield cornering. Pretty bad top speed. Good tire preservation, engine cooling. I can see why you're scoring points. You're basically fighting for the last couple of positions, which you have been doing so far. And then finally, Aston Martin. Still the best team in acceleration, top speed. DRS needs a little bit of work, but it's still pretty strong. Cornering still hasn't gotten the boost it needed, and tire preservation you're still the kings of. But it has gone down further, which tells me they've done some more upgrades. 2.5 kilograms, however. The AI is kind of screwing you guys over. I'm not going to lie with how they're doing things. We won the lottery. But yeah, this is also a little bit of the AI's fault, and which is one of the problems why allowing the AI to develop is a double-edged sword, because they either develop something that is great, like they're doing for Mercedes right now, or they make something absolutely horrible. Mercedes did max out their staff, which is definitely helping them, but there is one team that I can't remember right now who has better staff than they do. So kind of hard to explain what's going on with the Mercedes crew. Everyone also has the same facilities, so trust me, that's not what is causing this issue. And right now, the highest percentage team is Alpine at 56, and the lowest percentage team is Red Bull at 42. I might as well give you a look at what has been going on here. This is how the editor, as I have done floofed, classic. That's how you know that I've actually alt-tabbed. Is it this one? There we go. This is how the AI has developed your car so far. They definitely gave Mercedes a huge boost here going into Austria, probably due to Mercedes having a lot of stats at 0. But now we see Alpine, Visa, McLaren catching up according to the editor, and Red Bull has somehow just completely dropped off because they put on a wing that they really shouldn't have. No, they're not even using that. They're actually using this one, so that's fine. This is what they're using. You can see it from what they have marked here. So they made those initial designs, and here's the thing. We can see what they're using. That's what these marks mean. The reason why these are here, the 1% shit designs, is because those designs get started before the game starts. So I need to edit these designs to something that is bad, just so that the AI won't get a boost from starting a design at an expertise level they shouldn't have according to the cars that you guys have built. So they are using this one, which is the initial one, and they are still using this one, which is the initial one. But apart from that, they are actually doing a little bit of upgrading. So that is literally just what it boils down to. Can you give me Red Bull the better ones? I can't really do that, yeah. The problem I do also with how the AI starts designs before the save game begins, they don't do this in the regular 10 team. This is the funny part here. They don't start designs before the save game begins in the regular 10 team one, but they do it in create a team. That's why I need to use the other editor too, because this editor doesn't allow you to actually change a project that has already started. Which means that I would have to manually change this in this editor, which also changes the hidden expertise behind it, so it wouldn't work anyways. So we'll have to see how we do this, but in this case, the RB has made 4 chassis. They made 4 side pods, 3 underfloors, 3 rear wings. They haven't actually made their third front wing or their third suspension yet, and that's basically why you guys are lagging behind right now. But it is unfortunately just the nature of playing with AI. AI development is very random. It's not very optimized compared to what the player could do. And that kind of shines through in what you guys just saw. Yeah, you always do floof when I alt tab. I really should rebind that Rasek, and I always forget until I, fire it up. I have a habit of figuring out things that I should do, and then I just don't do them until I see, oh, I should have done that again, which is kind of bad. Am I P4 in a Red Bull shitbox? Good question. You're doing well. My leg can hold on. I get pinged by Mike for this. Are my eyes deceiving me? Alpine the fastest with no points. Typical. Floof is shaming his own team. Well, not his own team. His favorite team in Twitch chat right now. I really need to also get that chat mod set up. But with that said, we're going to jump into the Las Vegas GP here and see if we have any surprises waiting. Call me Max Verstappen the way I'm carrying the Red Bulls. But yeah, it's not going to rain this time around, which means that the final 4 races will have 2 that are raining. We've had 1 rain race so far in Monaco. This one is not going to rain. You all know which the last 4 races are going to be. Pray that you don't get rain for the 2 that you would not like to get rain for. But with that said, let's jump to qualifying and get this race out of the way. Dean, 3 races, 2 crashes, 0 points. What a man. Got eyes on my leg, waiting for news, so I'm gonna stay here for now, especially since the Alpine have illegally got the best car. We checked, it is legal. It is allowed. It's not even a Super Saiyan car, so yeah, the Alpine car is legal as things stand. It is cold on track though, 11 degrees, 8 degrees air temperature. Okay. Times to beat are coming in here, with Mortel being the quickest on track so far. Mercedes are still quick. Bolo is still quick. The Alpines are more competitive, but still not looking great. They are getting overtaken by a lot of cars here. Colapinto is still not great. That's unfortunate there for the Ferrari, because it is definitely shown that they can be quicker. Okay. Banker laps finished. Mike is in danger. Nantes, sorry, not Nantes. Nantes, not Nantes, like the French place. Nantes improves to 14th. Should have enough time for another run. And with that, we have Poconaldo, Colapinto, Chief, David, and Mike currently in the danger of dropping out here at the first hurdle. Welcome back, Mind. Poconaldo is trying to get out of danger. Is what's happening. Petro is right outside of danger. Maldonado is somehow quickest on track. This is the Maldonado sandwich. As if Absolute Cinema Alpine goes just 400ths of a second quicker, and Maldonado still has another run in him. That is a terrible first sector from both Mike and Colapinto, but Mike does improve. Colapinto does not. Lost over 1.5 seconds compared to Chief in that first sector alone, and that is Colapinto out already. I fell off 1 race merchant, damn. Chief here goes fastest, does not take any shit from chat apparently. David, not the best first sector, 6 times down on Dub, on Chief. Needs to find a bit of an improvement here in second and third. Aston's not as dominant here as you would expect, with basically a race that is just 3 straight lines for the most part. Oconaldo at least has a good first sector here to get out of danger. Not a good final sector there from David. Is out, unfortunately. David and Colapinto so far confirmed to be out. Both Ferrari drivers need to find something here. Pocanaldo goes 7th fastest, should be safe. What can Nance and Mourinho do? Mourinho is improving all along. Faster than a lot of others here. Petrov, 44.8 in the first sector. That is not good enough. That is similar to what David did. Mourinho moves up to fastest. Nance here. Master is out. Mike is in danger. Not the best middle sector from Petrov. Has now, on a fast lap, improving, but is also in danger. Petrov does not improve, unfortunately for him. And I think with that, we've already figured out who's going out. It's Mike, Master, Petrov, Masterino, sorry. Petrov, David, and Colapinto. Force of habit. The other side were just barely surviving here in Las Vegas. And while one, Aston went pretty quick. The other, not as much. Downtown tire returns with Avengers. Nance is picking up a penalty here. The Alpine drivers, Alpine just can't catch a break no matter where they go. There is no breaks to be had for Alpine. Mentality is turned off, yes. Who's doing better with a shitbox? Mike's given a good car and immediately forgets how to drive. Confirmed. I think it's my car for being so taunty after race 1. Could be. Could be, for sure. Yellow, red. Is that me? Oopsie. I thought that was Maldonado for a second since it was orange.
Down at turn 7.
That means qualifying will be simulated as a result.
And that's definitely not how they would have imagined their qualifying going today.
That could be bad for Aston. Who goes out in Q2? Who goes through to Q3? Who starts on pole? We don't know. It's getting simulated because we are out. We'll be able to see the rest of Q2, but Q3, we will not be able to take part in. We will not be able to take part in Q3. Now struggling to find sectors with these news. I don't like when this happens my own season, but unfortunately it does sometimes. It does, Tans. It's just sometimes you'll have to deal with it. That's why you should send both cars out, Nero. The thing is, if I just do one car, then it is 6 in Q1 and 6 in Q2. But if I do both, then the number of drivers in each session just gets wonky, if that makes sense. There's a first for everything. Yes, indeed, there is. Purple sector from the Alpine here. Immediately taken away from them. They didn't keep that happiness for long. Purple middle sector here for Nans. Purple final sector for Nans. Are we going to see an Alpine pole here from the driver who's getting penalized? The irony. Can Living Duck take it? Living Duck goes fast. It's just Q2, so it's not really a pole fight, but you get the idea. Hotel goes even quicker, however, and Slowminton is going for another purple sector run here. Dub lost almost a full second compared to some in that first sector. Edster with a purple sector. Currently in danger. We have a lot of different cars. I don't know if Tess can do another run after they finish this one. That is a terrible first sector. Should just dive back into the pits here. Should have time for another one. Pocanaldo, Maldonado, Tess, Dub, and Bolo are the cars currently in danger of going out here. One extra car this time will make it through to Q3. Maldonado. Fast lap here. There were a little bit of traffic. I think they cleared that nicely. Crashity here with a decent first sector. Not anything perfect or amazing, but decent. Maldonado a 10th behind. Who goes through? Who goes to the yacht, I guess? Even though you probably can't find the yacht. Yeah, you should be able to. Vegas is everything. Crashity third fastest out of the stands. And we see similar times here from Maldonado. Anyone messing out this final lap? That's it. Maldonado gets sabotaged by Slowminton. That is insane how he got held up. 8/10 lost. Pole position lost, potentially, in that final sector. Living Duck now. Purple first sector. That is penalty worthy, really. Unfortunately, I can't penalize the AI, but if I would, I could. If I could, I would. Would rather be the thing. Living Duck right now, going quick. Chief here. Purple first sector. Slowminton has a purple middle sector. Duck now the man to beat. Can Slowminton do it? Pocanaldo just barely safe right now. That is not good enough. And are they holding up a Mercedes? They're not. It just looked that way. How is Edster going to do here? Slowminton still quickest. Pocanaldo now is out, unfortunately. What can Edster do? Out still. Tess also out. Maldonado out. Pocanaldo out. Edster out. Why are you two always next to each other? Van der Ven also out as things stand. Okay. But yeah, Ren's there. Only Alpine, I believe. Is it the only Alpine or am I blind? Yes, only Alpine. It's going to get penalized. Where is everyone going to start with a simulated Q3? Absolute Cinema puts it on pole. Master Chief second. Mola Bola third. Then we have Crashity, Kyle, Slowminton, Nance, Mortel, Mourinho, and Living Ducky is our top 10 here. See you later, Mind. Appreciate you stopping by. So much for that top speed. Yeah, it really didn't work out, did it, Edster? I think maybe if you had 40% cornering, maybe it would go a little bit better. But yeah, it's not working as well as I would have hoped to be fair. Bye, Mind. See you later. Oh, we're just in the chaos we thrive, is what Roof is saying. I've been given a pit lane start, and I understand why. So, I have an extra component. Your teams do not, because I destroyed it. So, yeah. Sorry, not sorry. But basically, anything that changes your components is a penalty. So, we'll just have to take that. And for now, we are ready to start Vegas here. And it is going to be interesting, I think. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit of torpedoing. It's okay, even though it's frustrating, just remind myself it's all in good fun. That is a good mentality to have, and I appreciate it.
Well, it's great to have you with us, folks. We're all ready to go in Las Vegas. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Have we had any first lap incidents with the light mod? I don't think we do. Bowler gets a great start, and Chief does not get a good one here. As we can see, Bowler moves up to second, Chief third, Crashity retains fourth, Dub fifth, Slowminton sixth. Seventh now. Mortel gets the move done. It's still going to be a battle for that one, I think. Living Ducky, Mourinho, and then we have Edster. It's had a fairly decent start here, I do believe. I guess the whole line ended up getting held up as things look right now, at least.
9.6.
I'm very curious how this is going to go with potential crashes. But we shall see here. Okay. Immediately we have Mola Bolo just getting by on the first lap, just pushing everything they have. But it's not over. Absolute Cinema gets that back and does leave Mola Bolo here a little bit exposed, but it is just going to be one big DRS train. I think for the most of this, it's just going to be a little bit of back and forth. The really interesting part is going to be the strategies, and with the amount of soft tie being used here, this is more than you guys used in Jeddah. I guess some of you started with 1 tires, but this is still not great for a lot of you guys. Fastest lap right now goes to our Crashity. Rest of it, I think my leg is good. Nice to hear. Crashity with a mechanical fault. You have been immediately punished for your hubris, Cosby. Immediately punished. They even finished laughing before you got hit with that. It's a gearbox failure. But this is also when we are getting to the point in the season where there's going to be a lot of people with failures, with problems that could give us a couple of surprise winners in the races leading up to the final race of the season. Mike right now is holding up Taz. Needs to be sad. I would expect the Aston here with its DRS, with its, well, everything really, top speed, DRS, acceleration, to be able to get past immediately the Alpine. And that is exactly what is happening right now. Just like that. As I said too, it's not doing too bad in the race itself. He is getting overtakes done. So the build here for top speed and DRS, maybe it didn't work too well in qualifying. Maybe they got held up. But it seems to work in race spec potentially. And I'm looking forward to seeing if we'll be seeing an Aston scoring some points here. Yellow flag. That was the world's shortest yellow flag.
Now,
David with a bit of a lockup.
happened. Now this was on the straight. Oh, and the car locks up.
That is unfortunate. Check our engines. Ferrari engines are looking actually pretty good. Now, I don't know if they've changed everything, but maybe. Well, they don't really look too good. I don't know why I was looking at the tires. I'm tired. It's getting late, which is why I usually try and stream a little bit earlier in the day. McLaren looks good. Red Bull. Most of you are very similar as it stands. You might have to change the ability system a little bit. Nance is not having a good time. New gearbox. Dub. Not great either. The Haas is very similar. They haven't crashed yet. Same here for Molobolo. Crashity still has his problem. Tess and Edsa actually managed the engine pretty well, but they've had a lot of free air to contend with, so that's probably had an effect. Yeah, I think their ability is in a bit of a weird spot in this game, so we probably do. I don't think it's something that needs to be invested in. Maybe we'll just do power and staff. But yeah, it seems like the durability investments that we've seen this season at least hasn't really been worth it, honestly. Kloof curse moment. Well, everyone is fighting, so this is probably one of the closer grids we've seen after 7 laps. David is not having a good time. He is just not quick right now. That's the best way I can describe his situation. And Master has just chewed through these soft tires. And Cola's just laughing, holding people up. So we do have some sources of chaos, as Edson now is moving up into 6th. And might even move up into 5th here. So the build is working. It didn't perform as expected in qualifying. But Edson is moving up now. One of the more aggressive move-ups we've seen in the first 10 laps. So I would argue that the Aston car was a pretty good build for Vegas, at least from what we've seen so far. Living Ducks tires. Yep, he's below 30%. Maldonado comes in here. Van der Veen comes in here, and they've both gone for a soft tire. Undercuts have begun with how close everyone is running at the moment. Living Duck finally doing the job that Edson has been doing for the last 3 races and holding people up. Has a little bit of free air here, but it's actually gaining on everyone ahead as well. So You're not in a bad position either. We could see also the other Aston do a little bit of move up the field here. Potentially. The fact that Edster has better tires than Dub, who's on the hards, is actual heresy. Living Duck finally comes to the pits here before those tires explode. Definitely lost a lot of time doing it. And we see a Ferrari double stack. Hard tires for the Ferrari. At least they do have clean pit stops this time around. Medium for the other one. Living Duck here went to a medium tire themselves. Coconello are going to try and do some undercutting here for sure. But Edster right now. A two-man DRS train is a little bit too much to ask for. And Slowminton has now picked up a mechanical failure. Mechanical failure for the Mercedes driver. That can throw a bit of a wrench into their plans. Already it does. Mourinho gets by. And Bolo and Crash, both of them pit here. Time to get rid of those soft tires. Well, hard tire. What about Crashity? Can't really see. That's in the way. Medium. Mourinho, medium. Hotel, hard. And even Colapinto here is in the pit lane. Hard tire for Master. Mediums are hard for basically anyone. Living Duck is still ahead. Sorry, Bolo is at the head of the guys who are pitted. Living Duck is still just being a part of it. I didn't even realize Nance had 67% mediums. He's actually taking care of those pretty well. Which could be interesting because that kind of hints he's doing a one-stopper here. Anyone who went to hard right now, I think is going to need to pit again. As Alpine has been overtaken by Chief as it stands. And Edster and Taz have moved up the order, and as they are managing their tires, Taz could once again hold up those who are freshly pitted to allow Edster to get a bit more of a gap, and in turn, advantage in the future. I don't think the AI is going to do that though, because they really don't do clever strategies. You could hope for a red flag, I guess, Edster. But I don't think that is the only way we're stopping this race as it stands. For Slowminton, the problem that has arrived is gearbox related. But with the top two squabbling as much as they are and the tires being destroyed, Edster is catching up to them. Are we going to see a double overtake? Just the one for now. They both peel into the pit. Aston takes the lead as of this moment. Pass, chasing down Slowminton. Is going to get that move made on track. And in the pit lane here, Alpine Cinema comes out in 8th ahead of Maldonado. But with Maldonado having fresher, well, not fresher, hotter tires, he could potentially cause some problems. And Mourinho gets by, as he just couldn't get by Alpine Cinema here. Slowminton and Tess are going to hold up Bolo. That's basically what they're doing right now. It's not going to give Edster a huge advantage, but anything helps really. If Bolo can't use the full potential of his tires, then he is going to lose time in the race total. So this works for him, is what I'm trying to say. I'm just being very stupid. Dub comes in. We have a yellow flag. Mourinho has damage and is holding up everyone. What is this? Crash involving multiple cars. Absolute Cinema, what have you done? Looks like a tap to the back right there. And a trip through the wall.
It's not going the way the team had hoped today. That is for sure.
And Mourinho here is just driving slowly. Have we had another incident, or is it the same one? Dean van der Ven too has crashed into a Haas by the looks of it and sheared off his front wing. It's all happening right now.
As for the team back in the garage,
the Astons are celebrating in the garage right now. Mourinho held everyone up for quite a while there. Has picked up damage. I assume it's Mortel. Yeah, Mortel does not have a front wing remaining. Look at that. Both sides have shared off. And penalty goes the way of Cinema. Cinema and Chief has picked the penalties. What has Chief picked the penalties for? What did Chief do? Mortel is the one with wing damage, so I assume he's the one who crashed. Was Chief the one who crashed into... Send help. I need some help understanding this. I need some help understanding what is going on. But as it stands, Alpine Cinema has a penalty, Chief has a penalty, there's damage to one Haas, and there was also damage to Mourinho, who has gone in and replaced that front wing. Slowman 2 needs to pit very, very soon. But, as mentioned, as long as Taz just holds up Bolo and destroys those Hans tires, it's a win, really, for Aston. They're running 1-2 right now on merit. But they are getting undercut by Bolo, let's be honest. Once they pit Bolo, Duck, Crashity, Alpine, Maldonado, Dub here, Nance. Everyone's going to be ahead. But we have seen that Aston has the ability to overtake on track. And they've probably had the most overtakes we've seen out of anyone so far in a single race. So, I don't think this is a bad thing for Aston. The better tire advantage they have, the longer Taz can be a problem child and hold up Bolo here, the better. Probably not going to be very long, to be fair. But the longer they are, the more they are causing problems. Like, Taz doesn't only need to sabotage Bolo. If Taz can sabotage Duck, Crashity, even Alpine here, if they catch up before Taz pits, she can play the best wingman ever. And as a result, and adds the win on a silver platter. And again, they can overtake. They can easily overtake compared to some of the other teams. So this is looking very, very promising. And yeah, Mortel has major wing damage and is insisting on staying out. That is not good news there for their team. How do you do that? What exactly, Bosidaro? Sorry. Bosidaro? How did two drivers, no fault, get a penalty? That's rigged. This depends how long we go for, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Well, you just pitted, Edster, so let's see what they give you. Do they give you the hard tire here? No, they gave you a soft. Which means you have basically said that we are pitting again. Van der Ven. Soft tire, I believe. Yes. What can Tess do here, then? Still in the top 10 here with a lot of free air. So honestly, not the worst place you could pit it into, Edster. And Maldonado is going to pit very, very soon, too. So you're not in a bad spot. And Tess right now is holding everyone up to give you a DRS train to contend with. Which maybe isn't the best thing when you're out on a fresh soft tire. Tess now comes in with Maldonado, bringing up Edster. Soft tires for Tess as well. Hard for Maldonado. That is a one-stop strategy, I would think. Tess here comes out next to two other cars. That is a little bit problematic. It's going to have to overtake Chief and Nance on track. But if they can pull that off, that's going to be a lot of free air up ahead. Nance is going to pit also very, very soon. I don't think this is a bad position to be in. And let's face it, Living Duck here is holding cars up potentially here for Edster as well. So all in all, things are kind of working out a little bit in the favor here of Aston Martin. Fastest lap goes the way of Edster at 38.7, and that is, again, almost 3 seconds quicker than Living Duck. Within a lap or two, should be able to close the gap, although right now, Alpine Cinema is driving the train. Tess right now chasing down Chief. They could move up one more position. In terms of the others here, we have Bolo just chilling out front. Alpine Cinema is up into second, but does have a penalty. Living Duck, third place. Dealing with Crashity, trying to get that place from him. Gets that done too. Dub in 5th, Edster and Tess in 6th and 7th with fresh tires compared to the cars ahead. Then we have Chief, also has a penalty that needs to be served. Petrov 9th, Nance and Mike in 10th and 11th. Then we have Slowminton, Poconaldo, Maldonado, potentially doing a one-stop here, and will not need to stop before the end of the race. And we have Pocanello, Colapinto, Master, and Van de Ven. Red Bull not having a good time here. The AI sucks at developing their car, as it turns out. Mortel still trying to just survive with the damage they have. Mourinho and then David at the back as things stand. Living Duck and Crashity are still squabbling. And any squabbling does give Edster a chance to get involved. Up into 5th now, already having gotten dub. And both Crashity and Duck are going to pit very soon, but Edster needs to clear them before they give Alpine Cinema and Bolo a chance to build a gap. I could still get a podium. You could, AFN. You could. I believe in you. I've already boxed Nero. 2 stops on lap 18. I didn't realize because you were pretty far up there. So I thought it was your first stop. My bad. Crashity pits. Edster now is free to chase down Duck. Taz moves up to 6th. And once again, they've hidden what they're doing to your car. A hard tire. 26 laps. Is it doable? Probably. Edster now moves up into the final podium place. And with free air now, and already getting 1.5 seconds on Duck there. Safety car! Mortel has... Sorry. Excuse me. Force of habit. Van der Ven has crashed.
Take a look now. It's the Red Bull driver.
What is that?
Within a split second, the impact's made, and they'll have to pick themselves up after that.
What is that? What is that crash? Red flag even. We have a red flag here. And before I allow the red flag to run its course, there is something interesting to note here, and that is the tire allocation. So we know that both Astons have gone soft to soft in this case, and medium to soft. Both of them should have a hard tire remaining, and with their tire preservation, getting to the end would be a joke, really. Bolo and Cinema have both used their hards. Kyle has used their hards. Mike has used their hards. There's going to be Carsey in trouble. And of course, Crashity got shafted the hardest here just having pit. Nance pitted from basically a point scoring position here to 19. So 2 Carsey did suffer massively from this crash. Including Dean, of course.
Making contact with the barrier. But no matter the severity of the crash, it's always good to see the driver emerge unharmed.
Cheers, Dean.
We're set once more, and soon we'll continue.
That's a soft tire. That's a medium tire. That looks like a hard tire on one of the Astons. Penalty still needs to be served by the cars that have penalties too. That's going to be a problem. Edster immediately jumps up and attacks 2nd place here. Decides to let Alpine Cinema go. But yeah, there are 2 Williams, 2 Astons. We have Chief. He's going to get a 5-second penalty at the end. He's not pitting again. But Bolo, Alpine Cinema, Mike, Maldonado, and all softs. Okay. There are some questionable choices within the NPCs here. The AI, if you will. Sorry. Crashity is on those same hards. But yeah, this is definitely an advantage. Advantage in the way of Aston. There's no way around it. There's no way to sugarcoat it. The cars that needed to pit and serve the penalties can't really. They're going to lose 5 seconds. There's no way to really overtake. It's just going to be one big DRS train, and the drivers of the DRS train are going to be the top speed monsters. The cars that need to pit are going to be behind all the hard runners. This is a terrible, terrible restart for at least one Mercedes. Oh, 2 Mercedes, as it turns out. We have a full safety car. I see a Colapinto, and I see a Slowminton. Okay. Goodbye, Mercedes. Goodbye.
And while all that was happening, the crew in the garage...
Mercedes might need to find a new driver too. Yeah, you done floofed on that one. Honestly, that is actually a you done floofed. Floof is picking up a penalty next time. That is a floof. Sorry, that is the wrong one. Help. I'm clicking things. That is a floof torpedo. Let's be honest. That should be a red flag. Probably should be, but since they went on the racing line, it won't be. I've never seen anyone get sent that hard, I think, except for when we have those wiggle bugs. But that kind of ruins Mercedes' race here. I don't see Mercedes scoring points unless we get another safety car or a red flag. Floofed that with a 5-second penalty. That should have been a lot more, if you ask me. But I can guarantee you, Slowminton is going to need a completely new car. Floof's going to need a completely new car. They're both starting in the pit lane next race. No way around that one. Floof absolutely assassinated someone right now. Good to see Floof has learned my tactic for F124, yes. I'm not even mad that was murder, is what Floof's saying. That helps me out. What do you mean that helps you out? I guess I'm behind the chat, but it's just funny reading it like that. But yeah, this is a weird situation. Honestly, Mourinho here should just pitting it out of these offs most likely. Maldonado too. Like I need to pit again anyways. This helps every hard runner. It screws over every soft runner. It allows the medium runner Bolo here, Pocanaldo, David to maybe get to the end of the race. And we can still have more in tune here. What's coming? I don't know how a whole new car and a pit lane start is going to be helpful, Floof. Me neither, Lando. Me neither. I have no clue how that is going to be helpful for him. We might need a new driver. I think Slowminton just broke his hands. I think Slowminton just broke everything. Like, even with all the safety features, he got sent like a bullet. That has to be an uncomfortable amount of G's on your entire body. I can't imagine that was good for anything or anyone, really. Fast lap goes the way of Cinema. Edster moves past Bolo and is free now to chase down the Mercedes driver. You see Dub and teammate just switching places there a lot. Tess, unfortunately, has not had the best of restarts here in 7th. But as the other team's tires start wearing out, that's just going to be... They already have a 5% tire advantage, so let's be honest there. Sitting in 7th, just being happy is not a bad place to be. And overtaking when you get the opportunity is kind of what they need to do. And yeah, I don't know what to say. They're in a good position, is what I'm trying to get at. Petrovinate here is also in a good position. Crashity and Motel are very likely also to get promoted to 9th and 10th. Let's see if Pocanaldo has anything to say about that. Polo is managing his mediums here extremely well. He's managing his mediums better than some people are managing their hards at the moment. And yeah, Absolute Cinema needs to build a insane gap to get anything out of this. No way around it. The top 3 are running away a little bit with it though. But let's face it, it's actually a Williams that is very likely to finish on the podium here. Nance now with a mechanical fault. The Williams team, sorry, not the Williams. The Alpines just don't get a break no matter what they're doing. No matter what's going on, some problem has to befall the Alpines. Yellow flag. Maldonado has crashed.
Now look, here we head into turn 2. Oh, and the car with a nasty crash into the barrier. And that won't do their confidence any good. And not much that the team can do about that one.
Maldonado is still in this, but needs to pit and replace... No, not even replace. They just have suspension damage. Suspension damage for Maldonado here. It's going to need to pit. It's going to come out the back. It needs a safety car to have any chance of getting anything done. Preferably after they've undercut everyone, I would think. But yeah, that is literally the recipe for Maldonado getting anything out of this race with how things are going. As long as Bolo stays with Edster, he will be fine. And he is managing the heck out of those mediums. 75 versus 73. Bolo might build a tire advantage towards the end of this if this keeps up. But Edster now has caught the Alpine Cinema. And clearing the Alpine Cinema here is going to be the key to dropping Molobolo, I think. Already, Molobolo is outside of DRS. If the clearing here happens, as there is some weaving on the straight, then Molobolo is going to be in trouble. AFN? Alpine Cinema, which is AFN, I believe. Yes. AFN just needs to hold him up for a couple of corners here to give the Aston Martin crew a potential win here. Serve it on a silver platter. But Tess, I think the time has come to start moving a little bit forwards, if possible. Chief is losing the DRS train in front. You have a 10% advantage on the Williams cars. This would be the time to start getting a move on. Cinema is actually keeping up with Edster here. That is not what Edster would like. Edster would like Cinema to get into the pit lane and be forgotten. Master's actually pit 2 here. Yeah, undercutting here. It's going to be difficult. I don't see any of the hard runners pitting. But they are using a lot of tire, particularly the Williams cars. It's actually kind of worrying how much the Williams have used. They might need to pit if things continue like this. Poconaldo comes in with a medium tire. Hello, Parker. How you doing? Nero, I already got a ton of enjoyment out of this race. I'm happy. I imagine Floof just being Kimmy, walking to, well, a yacht or the nearest pub, bringing out the champagne. I've done my job here. Now I can enjoy the rest of the race. Yeah, Poconaldo and those softs, that could be an interesting move. Because Poconaldo is going to be quick, at least for the first couple laps. We see the Mercedes driver coming in. The penalty is being served. Mike is coming in as well. Where is Alpine Cinema going to come out? In 12th, which means that points are still on the table for the Mercedes driver. Mike in 13th. Mourinho in 16th. Poconaldo could still potentially catch up here. Could still get something out of this if and or when these hard runners might potentially have to go to the pit lane. Chief still has a 5-second penalty, which would currently drop him almost 2 places. Hess has finally also gotten by, which is probably the more important part for them. Nancy is going after David. But yeah, 47% tires, 10 laps to go. It's going to be close. It's going to be puncture territory as David now finds their way into the pit lane. And are you burning your tires a little bit too harshly here, Alpine Cinema? As Crashity's mechanical fault evolves into a major one.
As far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
It still isn't over. Bolomolo is doing a mad thing on his tires. Yeah, you're not wrong. If anyone went for U-softs, that makes sense. Please don't pick up terminal. Petro now is pitting off hard tires, I believe. So yeah, we could see a lot of the hard runners pit and go for a soft tire head towards the end. Does Petro have a fresh soft tire, though? It's going to be the big question. Yes, it's a fresh tire to chase down those points. In terms of the damage suffered by Crashity, it is the gearbox failure that has evolved and is threatening to become terminal within the last 10 laps. Alpine Cinema. Alpine Cinema. I should just call you Absolute Cinema again. It was just funny calling you Alpine for a while. Absolute Cinema, moving on the Haas here. It's a little bit more difficult than they'd like. And running this close to Haas for an extended period of time would not be a good thing for your car, as things were. Bolo is still doing some magic, turning those mediums into harder than hard tires right now. And Living Dark, Dub, are both going to need to pit again. Crash is going to need to pit again. Nance is going to need to pit again. Those who went early on those softs have definitely done the correct choice, I dare say. Edster can survive. Tess can survive. Hotel can survive if they manage the tires. Chief can also survive, but that penalty makes it dangerous because a lot of them are going to still be able to catch up to him. This is going to be a very interesting final 10 laps here at Vegas. Olo might take the win here. You're not wrong, Tess. You are not wrong. Let me pass, please. Imagine getting ready with other drivers. Dude, get out of the way. I'm faster. Well, right now, you guys are being held up by the Williams crew. And they do need to pit. But the AI stubbornness, we've seen it before. I think we're going to see some punctures here. The AI is stubborn enough that a puncture could happen. Duck, however, thinks better of it. Goes in the pit lane. Chief might have blocked the other Williams from going into the pit lane here. There is a soft tire awaiting Duck. Where is Duck going to come out? Where is our living Ducky going to come out? Currently in 10th place as things stand. Which means that is also where his teammate would come out. As Stub now has been overtaken by Chief. Tess would be the next customer. Would really like to get by as quick as they can. Yeah, Petrov now is going to get Mortel. That's just a done deal with the tire difference. Alpine Cinema might have burned those softs a little bit more aggressively than he would like. Petrov now on Mortel. Is it enough? Who is going to be the bravest on the brakes? It is Petrov. Up into 7th. Dub is still staying with Chief here. 24% on those tires. Crashity is in the pit lane now. So is Nans. Soft tire. Duck on Mortel now. Already chasing those points and trying to get them back. Tess needs to clear Dub. Needs to clear Duck here. Cannot fight for the win, but can fight for the podium. Tess is faster than you, let them by. Tess are not. They are not your find. Let them by. Well, we'll have to see. They're definitely giving it their all to keep you at bay. And if the puncture happens at the wrong time at Tess, that could buy Chief enough time. You are actually on the podium right now. You don't need to actually overtake Chief. You just need to stay with him. He has that 5-second penalty. As things stand, you just need to stay with Chief and kind of protect him from being overtaken. Well, not protect him from being overtaken, but basically, again, take advantage of his DRS. Need to get by Dub now, though. Alpine is here. The Absolute Cinema could still take your podium position if you don't clear Dub. With DRS advantage, with top speed advantage. I don't know if you have a DRS advantage. Is Absolute Cinema going to get the overtake instead? Is that what's going to happen here? No. Tess finally gets by. And Dub now is going to be begged to hold up the Mercedes driver. Nope, lets him go. Gonna let the Ferrari driver go too. Only cause problems for Aston is this favoritism from the Williams car. Living Duck has already caught up to his teammate after pitting. And there we go. The puncture is a fact. Dub now gets out of the way of the point scorers. Poconaldo will be the next one coming up here. Poconaldo just bullies their way through, apparently. Does not want any of that mess. Mechanical fault now for Cinema. Mercedes has picked up a mechanical fault with 4 laps to go. Petrov now in 5th. Tess is chasing down Chief. On the podium as things stand. Just need to retain position. Stay within 5 seconds. Overtaking would, of course, be more beneficial. Bolo has actually overtaken Edster for the lead while I've been distracted. And has better tires as things stand right now. Can Edster get that first place back, or is it gone forever? Is slowly dropping out of DRS as things stand. Is slowly being dropped as of this moment. Can they get back and give them a bit of a fight here? As we see Tess, Petrov, and also Alpine Cinema. Living Ducky here too, getting involved in the fight for the final podium place. We are having two very, very interesting fights going on at the same time, basically. Can Tess get the overtake done? Not on this occasion. It's going to have the RS coming up, though, which can make it a lot easier. Edster still trying to keep up with Bolo. We have a yellow flag and a safety car deployed. Safety car deployed. Mike has crashed.
Along the straights here. Dangerously close to each other.
Mikey Mike has, I believe, been taken out by
now they're confident
the Haas.
taken a hit with that.
Mikey Mike and Mortel are out. And that means Chief is very likely not scoring any points there. It is potentially going to be a safety car end to this race. Unless someone is stupid enough to go into the pit lane. This should be our finishing order, with Chief falling outside of the points. It is a 5-second penalty. Lock up on Crashity.
Now this was the Sauber. Everything's all right here. And the car just locked.
Hello, Oreo. Sorry, I've been a little bit enthusiastic with everything going on. Tess will remember this. Yeah, Tess, it does not protect Chief. In fact, it's bad for Chief. That is a safety car. It's actually very, very bad for him. Mike says he wants to retire from the season. Mortel with a penalty here, which means he will need to serve it next race. Just like Colpento needs to. We are under safety car now. Bolo might have secured the win under a safety car by doing a majestic stint on that medium tire, making it last longer than a hard one did. A really, really good performance here. So, as things stand, Bolo will win, Esther will come second, Hess will take third. Everyone below here will be... Oh! We get one lap of racing. We get one lap of racing here at the end. A one-lap shootout for the win. One final chance to make it count. And since it's just one lap left, we're going to play it in one time. I will allow us to speed up, though, till we get to the restart. I think we are here. Cinema's mechanical fault. He's picked up another one. That is going to make things a little bit interesting here. But yeah, we are under final lap here. We see Tess trying to launch an attack there. Who will be able to hold on here and who will be losing out in this one lap shootout? One lap shootout. Top speed, advantage Edster. Battery could be advantage Edster. No DRS, though, is going to be a bit of a problem, I do believe. And the cornery section here could definitely drop Edster backwards a bit, which would not be good for him. But all in all, everyone is just running a procession right now for the most part. Edster's the only one really pushing and trying to get the win here. Straight line speed here for Edster. Final corner before it all comes down to a drag race, basically. He is gaining. He's getting closer. Will it be enough, though, without the RS? Gaining, gaining, gaining. Brave on the brakes now. Needs to be brave on the brakes, and he's almost by. He gets by for the lead here. Living Ducky improves to 6th ahead of Alpine. But we have had a change of position. Can he hold on here till the final line? And we have an Edster win. Bolo gets second. Tess gets third on track. Chief is going to get put down because of penalties. Petrov is going to get promoted to 4th. 5th for Ducky. 6th for Alpine. Or Absolute Cinema. 7th for Pocanaldo. 8th for Mourinho. 10th here for David. 9th for David. And 10th for Master. Should be the final results, if I'm not mistaken here. From Chief to... Yeah. Those should be the final results. We will have to see once we get out of this. But Aston, the track they built the car for, they've been able to capitalize on it. But yeah, as mentioned here, due to this result, we see Master Chief dropping down to 14th. And with that, we have an edge to win. Mola Bolo second. As third, Petrov improving 14 places up to 4th. Living Duck in 5th, Cinema in 6th, Chow in 7th, Mourinho, David, and then Masterinho. With this result, we see the drivers champion, or leading the drivers still, being Bolo Molo. Cinema 2nd, Master Chief 3rd, Charlie Masterinho 4th, Mourinho 5th, Duck is 6th. And with this point scoring finish, Aston moves up to 7th. Constructors, RB is still in the lead. Mercedes 2nd, Haas 3rd, Williams 4th. The top 4 hasn't really changed. Ferrari and Aston Martin move up. Aston Martin scoring all 40 of their points here. And we still have no points from Alpine. That is where things stands right now. In terms of pit stop championship, Alpine is currently winning. Mercedes is 2nd. McLaren 3rd. Then we have Sauber. But that is where we will be ending it for tonight. I am currently below my target, but I think some of you are beating yours, hopefully. But yeah, this is where we are going to be ending it. Have a good rest, Lando. I love there was some bargaining for Edison in chat before he won. But he did, in fact, pull off the win there. That felt good, really good. That's good to hear. W stream today, Nero. Appreciate that, David. GG's from Razek. GG's, yes. Japan is next indeed. And if we take a look, yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a break here. I'm going to do the 61 days off stream, and then we'll take a look at what the AI has done to your cars at the start of next time. Calendar remaining. Well, this isn't really what I'm looking for. The tracks remaining are Suzuka, Baku, Zandvoort, and we are finishing in Brazil. 2 of these 4 races are going to be wet, so cross your fingers that it isn't the one you would dislike. But can we see a similar miracle to what happened here in Baku for the Aston team, or is that going to be a little bit too much to ask for? With that said, though, mentality is locked. We can kind of see it here. There should be enough positives here to really get a better result out of this. It's not happening. So I can say for sure mentality is still safely locked, so that's not being an issue. Japan is horrible for us? Yes, I would assume so, as honestly, a lot of track would be horrible for you guys. Brazil too, really. It's Japan, Baku, Zandvoort, Brazil. That's the final 4 races. This is such a roller coaster. What, the tracks or the results? Canivia, which ones? Baku is obvious since it's a street track. Yeah. It also has a lot of potential for mayhem. I have some really interesting Zandvoort races too, where there's a lot of mayhem. And Brazil is just a funny track to like a good track to end it on, I feel. Everything was a roller coaster. Well, we'll have to see how many cars start in the pit lane next race, because I think there's going to be a lot of you guys. There was 4 cars destroyed, so it's going to be very, very interesting. I'm Brazilian? I say that, David. Hope you appreciate me picking Brazil then. I'm definitely starting the pits. Yeah, I would think so. But I'm going to end it here. Thank you all very much for watching and being a part of this. I do appreciate it. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. It needs to be said every single time. And hopefully I'll see you all next time. I think the plan for now is to do it either on Friday or on Saturday. But we're not doing it on Sunday because it should be a race weekend coming up. And since it's just one stream, Friday or Saturday is the most likely options. But I'll have to take a look at when I can do it, basically. So I'll post it on Discord, basically. Again, thank you all for watching. See you next time. Bye bye.